You got the MJ Morning Show here on a Wednesday morning, and how was the drive-in, guys? Sort of very quiet, huh?
Yeah, I think I was one of 5 vehicles that I saw the entire trip from the Beers exit on 275 all the way into St. Petersburg. Nobody on the bridge. I didn't see any cars from the time I got to on the highway to downtown Tampa. Everybody's home. Everybody's doing what they should be doing.
So my drive-in was like a ghost town. On my crossing of the Howard Franklin Bridge, I saw maybe, 2 other cars, and one was a St. Pete police officer coming from Hillsborough into Pinellas in a marked St. Petersburg police Ford Explorer, the police interceptor unit. That's what I saw. So traffic is extremely light, as it should be. I-4 was bumper to bumper. I-4 was absolutely slammed yesterday. And again, the interesting thing here is for the Tampa Bay area, those that were evacuating toward Orlando, they potentially could have more effects in Orlando than, maybe some parts of our listening area. Now, listen, things are going to get nasty. Let's not think that the Tampa Bay area is completely out of the woods. And I hate to use these cliches, but this Hurricane Ian, intensified to a Category 4. So that's the top line news here right now, is that Hurricane Ian intensified to a Cat 4 with the 5 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And right now, we have maximum sustained winds at 140 miles an hour. Let's grab Ernie Gilson. Ernie is a forecaster with the National Weather Service at our local Ruskin office here in the Tampa Bay area. Ernie, welcome to the MJ Morning Show on Q105.
Oh, thank you very much. Glad to be here.
All right, Ernie, let's talk about the latest advisory. Let's talk about the Tampa Bay area, of course, parts south, and this track which did change. And again, we were talking about this first thing yesterday morning. We had yesterday morning, Ernie, we had a 5 a.m. advisory that was putting this hurricane right up the mouth of Tampa Bay. And, we had your office on yesterday. We had the National Hurricane Center out of Miami on. And 5 a.m. advisory was right up Tampa Bay. And I brought up from the get-go on yesterday's show, I said, guys, I'm looking at all these models, and I keep seeing the Euro model has a whole bunch of spaghetti strands going into Sarasota and south. And what are the chances of this happening? And Ernie, that's exactly what happened. Is Ian did make a turn, and we've got potential landfall from somewhere between Fort Myers now and maybe Venice. So Ernie, take it away. Let's talk about the 5 a.m. advisory today. What do our listeners in the Tampa Bay area need to know right now?
Well, I think the most important thing is today's the day when it really starts to get bad, especially if you're anywhere near where the center is going to cross. As you mentioned, models do shift. So, the current forecast looks good at this time anyway. Moving, as you said, kind of over by the Port Charlotte area. Could be, between Venice, Fort Myers, that type of thing. But focus on that cone rather than focusing on the skinny line that they plot, because that cone is showing you not where the impacts are, but actually where that center may cross. So it's not an exact science, probably never will be. But today I think people just need, if they haven't already gotten into safe shelter, they need to do so.
And Ernie, when you say safe shelter, here in the Tampa Bay area, for those that are in an A or a B or a C evacuation zone, A being the most imminent to flood or have severe surge issues, as far as surge goes in the Tampa Bay area, our threat for surge, that worst case scenario, Ernie, where a storm rolls up the Pinellas shoreline, rolls into Tarpon Springs and brings just enormous surge and water up the mouth of Tampa Bay. Does that look like it's going to verify? Because all of the reports that we've been seeing when this thing took the turn is that our storm surge risk for the Tampa Bay area is going to be minimal.
Yeah, I wouldn't say minimal because you still have to be concerned that this storm hasn't made landfall.
Yep.
And, a little jog to the west would bring it up closer to Tampa Bay. I would say that it's the threat of that really catastrophic type surge in Tampa Bay has lessened. So I know that the surge forecast has gone down from what we had yesterday for Tampa Bay, but it's still an elevated risk as long as that storm is out there and it has not made landfall.
Yeah, and listen, I want to stress that while we might have a lessened surge risk, we're still going to have extreme winds, and I have the wind predictions, which we'll get to in just a bit. But for the immediate Tampa Bay area, we're looking at extreme winds, and we're looking at gusts that could hit hurricane force as this progresses through the state, whatever track it eventually does take. And, Ernie, this is one thing that I've learned being in Florida since 1992, in the Tampa Bay area since 94, is that you just can't count on storms doing exactly what you think they're going to do, because we've seen these last-minute jogs. Now, there was a little more warning with this storm taking more of an easterly turn into the state of Florida, more south of us. But remember, with Hurricane Charlie in 2004, Charlie was coming right for us, and Charlie turned within 5 or 6 hours into Charlotte Harbor, into Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. So even if this thing verifies and rolls into somewhere between Fort Myers and Venice, whether it's over Boca Grande, whether it's over Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, and it rolls through the state, the enormity of this storm, if you look at the radar on this storm, folks, it is a massive system. The whole state is going to feel effects. And here in the Tampa Bay area, we have some very high wind forecasts for quite some time, over a 24 to 36-hour period, Ernie. And then rainfall. Let's talk rainfall, because this could be the flooding issue, not as much maybe surge, but the rainfall in the Tampa Bay area could be enormous. Ernie, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we've been basically advertising probably 10 to even 15 inches, and some places will get more. Some places could get 20 or so. This is a slow-moving storm, what you just mentioned, the fact that it's going to be around for 24 or 36 hours. It's moving slowly. When it makes landfall, the winds will start to come down. The storm will start to weaken slowly. Florida is not a mountainous state, so it's not going to take a lot out of it right away.
Yeah, we don't have the high peaks like Hispaniola to bust up a hurricane.
Exactly. So, but it will gradually spin down because it doesn't have its energy source anymore underneath it, the warm water. So it'll begin to weaken. But yeah, this storm on the current track and how slow it's moving has a potential to dump a lot of rain, and this could lead to life-threatening, even catastrophic type flooding.
All right, and Ernie, finally, before I let you roll, let's talk again about the immediate Tampa Bay area. Let's talk about our counties: Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, Pasco, Hernando, then down into Manatee, Sarasota. Let's not forget some of the inland counties. You got DeSoto. You have what else?
There's Hardy
Highlands. I was trying to think of the. I was forgetting the H's.
Up north, we get into Sumter, we get into Marion,
and Highlands County. Those inland areas could feel effects. Like they felt with Charlie back in 2004. So, Ernie, let's talk about the time frame. We just drove in. My whole crew, me, MJ, and Fester, and Froggy, and Roxanne, we just drove in. We're all in Hillsborough. We drove over the Howard Franklin because we work in Pinellas, is where the Q105 studios are, Ernie. And, first of all, no traffic on the bridge. Ghost town on the bridge, which is a good thing. I had, rain the whole way in. Some of the rain was light, and then some of the rain would, start pounding a little bit. Let's talk about the event timeline for the Tampa Bay area. How long and when will we going to feel the worst of the effects? So in the Tampa Bay area, when will the worst of the effects hit? The most rain and the most wind?
Yeah, the rain's already beginning, and rain comes in bands regardless of, where the storm is. So I would say that's starting now. The peak of this event is probably going to be sometime later this evening and overnight. That's when we're going to see our biggest impacts in the Tampa Bay area. By around 2 a.m., that storm is going to be sitting, at least on the current forecast, somewhere east of Hillsborough County, maybe over Polk County, and then it takes until almost 24 hours later to get off the coast, off the East Coast, up off, heading up off a little south of Jacksonville, there, Daytona Beach area. So this is going to be around for a while. But I would say our peak wind and rain will probably be between later this evening and overnight tonight.
All right, Ernie Gilson, National Weather Service, Ruskin office. Thank you. We really appreciate it. We'll be back in touch with you guys. Thanks, Ernie.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
All right, so there you go. Very good information from Ernie, and it has begun. I mean, the rain started last night, kind of light and, kind of just, like a pesky little rain, but, coming in, did have some bands of some, the heavy wind-blown stuff. But we're nowhere near. This is like the periphery. We're nowhere near what we potentially can feel. Now, we've avoided a direct hit as this path seems to be headed into the southwest Florida area. Fort Myers to Venice is where landfall is predicted. It's well south of the immediate Tampa Bay area. But remember, we've got a lot of listeners down in Manatee and Sarasota, and you're looking in Sarasota of winds that are going to hit 100 miles an hour plus are some of the predictions. All right, we have you covered all morning long. It is the MJ Morning Show. We've got many years of doing this kind of coverage. Quick break. We're back in a minute. Remember that safety is number one. And just because we have a lessened storm surge risk with Tampa Bay and the Gulf Coast, we have a lot of rain coming. So flooding is going to be an issue. And I want to get into that and what we typically see in some of the flood-prone areas with just a heavy afternoon thunder shower. And when you're looking at 10 to 15 inches of rain, maybe more, that is a big potential flooding event. Hold on. We're back in a second. Just getting rolling. MJ Morning Show on Q105, 614. Let's grab Pat and traffic. Stand by.
Still, if you have to be.
MJ Morning Show. This is Q105. Rox, is there any update to the preemptive potential shutdown of power by TECO on Davis Islands, Harbor Island, and parts of downtown Tampa? I haven't seen an update on that, but yesterday morning, remember during the show yesterday, we had the information that TECO was talking about a preemptive shutdown of power in order to minimize damage to some of the underground cabling and power vaults for Davis Islands, Harbor Island, and downtown. But that's when we expected a storm surge that was much greater than what is being predicted now.
Okay, so this story was updated yesterday around 6 p.m., and it's saying, according to TECO, proactively shutting down power to certain parts of their network would help the company avoid damage. But the headline of this article is TECO changes course, will not shut down power to parts of downtown Tampa ahead of Hurricane Ian.
Okay, so the update on that, as we get on the air this morning, it looks like TECO is not going to get into the situation of shutting down power preemptively.
Right,
And
so they were going to shut down evacuated Zone A in
Right.
downtown Tampa, which includes Davis Islands, which of course would not shut down Tampa generally.
Right, and that was a very clear point, that they were going to potentially shut off power on Davis Islands, Harbor Island, but that you have TGH, Tampa General Hospital, is obviously right on Davis Islands, right over the bridge off of Bayshore, and that would not be affected, but other parts of Davis Islands, Harbor Island, parts of downtown would. But now we're hearing that they are not going to preemptively shut off the power.
Right. They tweeted yesterday at 11:20 that they were going to, and then they deleted their tweet.
So the tweet was deleted. All right.
Yes.
Because I had a bunch of friends on Davis Islands that were like freaking out, and they're texting me, they're calling me, what do you hear? What do you hear? Now, Rox, you have a TECO representative set to join us later this morning, sometime around 9 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, right at 9 o'clock. This woman is with TECO, so she can answer our questions regarding, what to do if you are evacuating. Should you turn your power off? Things like that. And also, a lot of people want to know, what's the plan if you do lose power? What are the expectations?
All right, you've got the MJ Morning Show here with storm coverage. We're covering Hurricane Ian all morning long for you. And if you don't have the 5 o'clock update, Ian became a Category 4. So overnight, the strengthening, the intensification that they've been talking about actually occurred. And with the 5 a.m. advisory out just about an hour and a half ago, Ian now has maximum sustained winds of 140 miles an hour. It is moving north-northeast at 10 miles an hour. And it puts landfall somewhere in the vicinity of Fort Myers to Venice. And again, I don't trust these boogers, all right? I don't trust these storms. And at some point, you get a track that gets locked in. It's looking like the landfall is going to be Fort Myers to Venice, sort of a bullseye potentially in Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, maybe over Boca Grande, for instance. But that's kind of the range on where this storm is going to roll in. But again, I don't put 100% credence into a storm track until it is almost inevitable that it can't turn. We've just seen too many little jiggles and jogs, and that's why they really can't pinpoint where the eye is going to pass over, where landfall technically is going to be made. But, we almost focus a little too much on that, because in this particular storm, this is a big, big storm. And the impact area is going to be pretty wide. As Dennis Phillips pointed out on the show yesterday, that the most intense winds of 140 miles an hour, in this case now as a Category 4, with that being pegged by the hurricane hunters as the maximum sustained winds now. This is a major, major hurricane as a Category 4. But what Dennis had pointed out to us from ABC Action News was that the areas that would have the 140 mile per hour winds, it's sort of a small area, but still, you're going to have areas with 130s, 120s, 110s, and that's serious stuff. So as far as winds go, I thought maybe we'd go through what the wind predictions are because for a lot of our counties, there are going to be serious wind implications.
Hey, can I interrupt you, MJ? Because
Yeah.
I just learned this, but when it makes landfall, it's actually when the eye makes landfall.
Yeah, yep. That's
Yeah.
So when
So half the storm
Right.
is already on the state
You
by
have-
the time it makes landfall.
listen, how many outer bands? I mean, you have just an enormous amount of activity. Hey, look at the radar. If I look at the radar, I'm bringing up my my radar scope, which is an app that I really like. I use Radar Scope, and listen, already yesterday you had tornadoes in Broward County, in Hollywood, Pembroke Pines area. You've got a little airfield down over there, right in Pembroke Pines. And I believe that's where it occurred. You had airplanes that were flipped over. Now, we're not talking about, Airbus 320s or Boeing 757s, but you had some small airplanes that were flipped over, some heavy damage, and apparently those were caused by tornadoes. And that's another thing here. Folks, we've got hurricane activity enveloping a large portion of this state, and people just seem to sometimes put out of their mind, hurricanes and tornadoes. Yeah. And especially in that northeast quadrant on that upper right side, you have a propensity for tornadic activity. And we've already had some over on the east coast of Florida. And then this is a really big Florida event because you have effects of flooding rains and the wind issues that are going to affect a large portion of this state. And we're talking wind and rain, a long event here. So everyone needs to be very careful.
When's the real hard rain start?
Okay, so the closer you are to the center of the storm, the more intense the wind is.
Right.
However, the rain bands are everywhere.
The rain bands, and listen, we in the Tampa Bay area, we just had the National Weather Service on, and these are the predictions that we've been hearing since yesterday, that here in the Tampa Bay area, we could have between 10 and 15 inches of rain. That is an enormous amount of rain. I mentioned just a little while ago that wherever you are in the Tampa Bay area, you know that there are certain roads that are prone to flooding. I'm kind of a South Tampa expert. What did I call it over the years? The South Tampa shuffle. When you get heavy rains and you're trying to drive through South Tampa.
The pattern you have to take to get from one side to another without going through a little mini lake.
I'm not driving through a river. And it's still amazing to me the people that will take a car, not a jacked up monster truck, but a regular little car. Someone's driving, I don't know, like a Hyundai or a Toyota Corolla, and listen, it's not a duck boat. No. And the areas in South Tampa that like Southdale Mabry, a little north of Plan High School, which was a big flood area, around Henderson.
Appropriately, the city planners named the street Neptune, which has a lot to do with water, right?
That's right. So, Neptune, that's the street where the Publix is, that South Tampa Publix, the Neptune Publix. That area had always been prone to flooding.
My mom flooded a car back there.
Hey,
a brand new
no.
car. And she's supposed to watch her kids on Wednesdays. And Doug's like, why is she not coming over today? I go, she's not taking any chances. She did that one time to a car.
Hey, we might have seen your mother flood, because if you remember, we've talked about this. Michelle and I, this is years ago. This is probably back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when we got just a very heavy afternoon thunderstorm. And if we were out and about, we would pull into the Carriage House Plaza in the, what I'm talking about? Where Woody's salads are. We'd kind of pull in there.
You get a great Greek salad from Woody's.
Yeah, if we were able to get in, we would pull in and just sit there. Or there's a bank on the corner. It used to be like Bank of America. I don't know if it still is at Neptune there. I think it might be. Or is it Wells Fargo? I don't know. So we would just pull into a safe spot in a parking lot, just sit there and watch these people trying to drive their cars. And inevitably, it would just go and just stop. Because people are trying to drive through like 2 feet of water. And, of course, the air intake is sucking the water into the engine. And, boom, you're done. It's like, what are you thinking? So the issue, what I'm trying to point out here, what I'm trying to emphasize is in the Tampa Bay area, we have areas that are prone to flooding with just a heavy afternoon rain or a thunderstorm. What the heck is going to happen if we have 10 to 15 inches of rain? And then areas could be even heavier than that. You can have pockets that even go beyond 10 to 15 inches. Now, let's see what verifies, and your mileage is going to vary. There might be areas that just get 7 inches, but still, that's a lot of rain.
You know, think about MJ where there's more land and not so built up, not so much concrete, but more land. The land gets really soft. The dirt gets soft. These oak trees that have been around for 100 years have very shallow root systems.
Yeah, believe it or not, a lot of these big trees.
How do you know so much about oak trees?
He's an arborist, dude.
I mean,
You
didn't know that?
That's my
Are you
weekend.
into horticulture?
He's an arborist major from USF.
Okay, here's how
Yes.
I know.
I was wondering that
Because
too.
in my neighborhood, LA, Lutz area.
Well, how about the fact that every weather guy says it all the time about the heavy rains and the dirt softening and the root structure?
I must not listen to that much. I've never heard
Froggy, if you watch TV, and I was flipping around last night,
soil
I
softening.
heard every meteorologist on every single channel talk about the heavy rain, the dirt softening.
So you're just repeating crap you heard, Fest?
Isn't
Trying
that-
to act smart?
No, I'm pointing things out. And yesterday, before the rain even started, we had old neighborhood Nelly walk the block. Oh, God. And he's like the old man at the end of the block who's like pointing out which trees are likely to fall.
Really?
He's like,
Was he
"This one's
tying
gonna
ribbons
go."
around those trees?
He's like, hey, you got that big oak in your backyard. You may want to keep an eye on it.
Put this yellow ribbon on it.
You may want to keep an eye on it.
Well, listen, don't minimize it because we've seen plenty of pictures and video of big old trees falling on houses, caving in roofs because the soil got damp and the root structure could not hold the tree, and the trees have fallen because of the heavier winds. All right, speaking of the winds,
Yes.
let me just take a second here, and then we're going to get the National Hurricane Center on the phone in a few minutes in the next segment, so stand by. But if you look at the wind event, we've got a 24 to 36-hour wind event where this is going to last for over a day is what the predictions are. So winds, for instance, today in Hillsborough from around noon, 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts in Hillsborough County. 40 to 50 miles an hour. Gusts for hours and hours here in Hillsborough County. In Pinellas County, beginning again, noonish or so, you're going to see winds that are going to hit 50 to 60 miles an hour. And then tonight, 50 to 70 miles an hour in Hillsborough and around 70 miles per hour in Pinellas. These are the gusts, not sustained, but these are the gusts that you're going to see. And then Thursday morning, you're going to have mid-70 mile per hour gusts predicted in Hillsborough and then 60s in Pinellas. And this is going to continue through Thursday night, according to the forecasting. And then Friday, we're still going to have winds, but, potentially 30 to 40 mile an hour gusts. Now, Citrus and Hernando and Pasco, this morning you're going to see 35 mile per hour gusts in Citrus and Hernando, 40s and 50s in Pasco. Thursday night, 50s to 70 mile per hour gusts in Pasco. Friday, down in the 40s. Now, Polk County, gusts to 40 miles an hour or in the 40s today. On Thursday, gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour on Thursday for Polk County. Manatee, Sarasota, 50 to 75 mile per hour gusts later this morning. And there'll be places with 100 mile per hour gusts later this morning. Longboat, Siesta Key, Bradenton, Sarasota might see this. And this is going to go into tomorrow night, according to the forecast. And then even Thursday morning, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. So you've got a wind event, a rain event, even though the center of the storm is supposed to hit far south of the immediate Tampa Bay area, but not that much south of Sarasota. Into the Fort Myers, Boca Grande, Charlotte Harbor area. All right, hold on. Quick break. Let's get the National Hurricane Center on the phone next here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Let's grab... You got the MJ Morning Show on Q105. MJ and the crew here. Time at 6:43. I've got to go right to the National Hurricane Center in Miami. They are working on a special advisory now, so we only have a short amount of time. Forecaster Philippe Papin is joining us again from Miami. Philippe, can we get the latest? Can you give us some insight on the special advisory that you are working on?
Yes. So the maximum sustained winds with the storm are now up to 155 miles per hour.
Well, that's a Category 5.
No, that is still a strong Category 4 hurricane.
Okay, where does 5 start?
It starts 1 mile an hour above that limit.
Well, okay, so 156. Oh my God, Philippe, this was just discovered by the hurricane hunters?
Correct. Both the NOAA hurricane hunters and the Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters confirmed that wind speed.
Okay, so folks, you're hearing it right now. Even before it is issued officially, we're hearing right now from the National Hurricane
so
Center.
That information is already reflected on our website currently with the tropical cyclone update.
That's incredible. All right, let's talk about the track. I know you've got a roll because
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to hang up on you here, but there have been no proposed changes to the track at this particular time.
Do we have
primarily for the increase in maximum sustained wind?
All right, basic landfall area. Can you just give us the general zone of where you think it's going to hit here in Southwest Florida?
Right. Between the Naples to Fort Myers areas where the strongest impacts are going to be associated with the storm. It's going to be, unfortunately, a very large and substantial storm surge.
All right, Philippe, get going. We appreciate you. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right, no problem.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Philippe Papin, you can tell that he's rushed. He only said he had like a minute to come on with us because they were working on this special advisory. Ooh, I missed Category 5 by 1 mile an hour.
I tell you, Philippe got on your ass. You jumped. You go, that's a Category 5. And he's like, no, it's not. It's a strong Category 4. 1 more mile an hour. One more mile an hour?
Know your brackets.
All right, let me tell you right now, though, that is quite a jump. I mean, the intensification to get the 5 a.m. advisory with 140 miles an hour sustained winds, that's bad enough. That is obviously a major hurricane with maximum sustained at 140. And from 5 a.m. to now, here at 6:45 a.m., to get word that it is now jumped, 15 miles in intensity in sustained winds to go from 140 to 155, as the absolute top end of a Category 4 and 1 mile an hour away from it becoming a Category 5. And let's be honest here. Does it really matter? Does it really matter if you're an upper 4 or a lower 5? I don't think it really matters. I think that is, oh crap, when you're dealing with, that kind of sustained wind. And again, the rapid intensification here. They called for the rapid intensification, but I don't know if they expected this thing to reach upper 4 and are we going to hit 5? I mean, this thing, it looks like if you're 1 mile away from a Category 5, it seems that we might actually hit that number.
So a couple of days ago, there were reports that, it's going to weaken in intensity as it gets closer to the coast.
Well,
they were showing 4s and then a 2.
Yeah, but that's when it was out in the Gulf. See, that's where it all changed because if the storm was going to move further north along the Gulf Coast, closer to the Tampa Bay area, as it moved higher in latitude, that's when the wind shear and the troughs were going to take effect and then slow down the intensity of the storm. But with Ian turning into the Florida coast sooner, south of us, and making an eastwardly turn into the Florida Peninsula faster, it is not interacting as much, or maybe not at all, with those factors like wind shear and a trough that was going to slow it down. So right now it appears that in these bathwater warm waters, among the warmest waters on the planet, and if you don't have that trough dipping down enough to be able to weaken the storm, and it's turning into the state faster, that's why we're seeing that rapid intensification without it slowing down as much. Now, even if it was rolling into the Tampa Bay area, as was predicted earlier in the week, not the case any longer, but even then getting closer to a higher latitude put that thing at a deceleration as far as wind speed faster as it was going to make landfall, a couple of 100 miles north of where it's going to happen apparently now. But you just heard Philippe from the National Hurricane Center in Miami that impact area is going to be somewhere between Naples and Fort Myers as far as the worst of the effects. Now, the actual eye, that's, still up in the air where it's actually going to hit. But the forecast path seems to be south of Venice. Venice is, certainly possibly, an area that could be hit. The effects clearly are going to extend, well into Venice, into Sarasota. You look at the size of the storm, and I'm looking at the radar right now. It is absolutely enormous. And, right here, for instance, in the Tampa Bay area, we're getting the bands. So as we speak, we're getting these wind bands and we're getting the rain bands, but we're not anywhere near the intensity as far as the wind that we're going to get, and certainly the mammoth amount of rainfall that we're going to see. But this is a statewide event, really covering a gigantic swath of the southern tip of Florida. Now, keep in mind that the latitude of the eye of the storm has now passed Key West, obviously, and has passed the southern tip of the state. But you have the effects of this storm reaching from coast to coast, from the West Coast all the way over to the East Coast. And then as it makes landfall, this thing's going to drive right through the center of the state. Sort of, the indication is that it's going to take a similar path that Charlie took right up the center of the state, sort of through Arcadia, Wauchula, Zolfo Springs, Sebring, and then up between maybe Bartow, Frostproof area, and then through Orlando, and then exiting somewhere maybe around Daytona. So, this, and then, of course, all of the effects from coast to coast, the wind, the rain that we're going to experience. All right, let me take a quick break. Now, folks, if you've noticed, we take more breaks in the 6 a.m. hour because listenership is a little lower. And we have more space to do, like we do that long chunk of the MJ Morning Show at 7:22. We do an hour and 20 minutes nonstop every day. So let me take a break here quickly. And when we get back, we have Shay Ryan, a meteorologist, as you know, with ABC Action News. So Shay Ryan from ABC Action News will join us live from their studios next. We'll get the latest on the local effects here in the Tampa Bay area on Q105 in just minutes. Stand by. Back in a sec. Full coverage of Hurricane. You got the MJ Morning Show with coverage of Hurricane Ian, 6:58. We're a couple of minutes away from 7 o'clock. In just a few minutes, I think we're set for about 7:02. We're going to have Shay Ryan from ABC Action News join us from their weather center in South Tampa, right behind Ray J on Himes. So ABC Action News, the weather team will join us in just a few minutes live here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. The breaking headline from just a short time ago is that the National Hurricane Center has raised the top sustained winds of Hurricane Ian to 155 miles an hour from 140 back during the 5 a.m. advisory. So they got new information from the Air Force Reconnaissance and the Hurricane Hunter. I would imagine that'd be the P-3 Orion that comes out of Lakeland. I believe they got their data in, and they quickly updated the forecast that the maximum sustained winds now of Hurricane Ian have been measured at 155 miles an hour. That is as high as you get in a Category 4, and it was 1 mile away now from a Category 5. So we are seeing that intensification. They called for the rapid intensification from the point where it was a tropical storm to a Category 1 as it was approaching Cuba, and then that rapid intensification that took it to a Category 3, then to a 4, and now we're just a click below a Category 5. So an intense amount of wind here, folks. We're going to speak with Channel 28, ABC Action News in just a matter of moments. In fact, I'm watching for the hotline right now. Andrew, our producer, has just given me some power outage numbers for the immediate Tampa Bay area. Now, I do have the forecasting for the power outages here in the Tampa Bay area. And obviously, there are areas that are going to be more prone than others as you get into the higher winds, the higher rainfall areas. You're going to have more power outages. Now, obviously, wind is going to be more of a factor, but the immediate Tampa Bay area is essentially at lower risk, obviously, than parts of the center of the state or down toward where the impact is expected to occur. But if you look at the immediate Tampa Bay area, let me look at Hillsborough County and Pinellas County, and most of Pinellas County, the risk of power outages is low. You do have a pocket in Pinellas where it gets a little bit more moderate, so a little higher, and guess what? We're right here in that zone. right where we are near 4th and Gandy, the risk of power outages goes up a little bit. And if you go to Hillsborough County, a lot of Hillsborough is lower risk, but you do have areas out toward Brandon, Plant City, Sefner. So you have areas toward eastern Hillsborough County where the possibility of power outages goes up a little higher, and then also southern Hillsborough County, because you're getting closer then to Manatee and Sarasota, where the impacts are going to be heavy. And then as far as the other counties, when you head up towards Pasco and Hernando, the power outage risk is pretty low. Polk County, you have areas of Polk County where there are lower risk, but then you have areas where you have an elevated risk for power outages in Polk County. And then a lot of the surrounding counties, if you're closer to where landfall is expected to be made with Ian, then the risk of your power outage goes up, obviously, exponentially. Now, as far as power outages in the Tampa Bay area, and I see that Shay Ryan's calling in. Hey, Shay, welcome to the MJ Morning Show.
Good morning to you.
All right, so Shay Ryan, meteorologist over at ABC Action News. Shay, I was just talking about some of the power outages right now, and it's fairly minimal, unless, of course, it's you. But Duke Energy is saying that there are 500-plus homes without power, so that is going to be Clearwater, St. Pete area. Duke Energy, kind of minimal, but 500 outages. TECO is reporting 450-plus outages or so. And, Andrew, you're telling me that FPL, they don't publish?
No, I do. I just find those numbers right there.
Hold on a minute. Okay, so thank you, Andrew. Andrew just gave me some FPL numbers, And FPL is saying Manatee, 470 customers, Sarasota, 1,270. So still on the lighter side, but the power outages are obviously going to exponentially increase. Shay, welcome back to the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. Let's talk about, first of all, the intensification. We just had the National Hurricane Center on about 15 minutes ago, and they said, hey, we got to go quickly. We're putting out a brand new advisory. Yeah. So we just had even more rapid intensification from the 5, Shay.
Yeah, exactly. I was just reading through it as I was calling in. And so the bottom line is the biggest change to the forecast out of this rapid intensification is that that storm surge is now expected to be 12 to 16 feet from Inglewood to Bonita Beach. So this is a significant difference in the amount of storm surge expected in that area. So again, we're trying to process everything. It takes a little while for these models to update when these changes are made, and things are happening very rapidly right now. Again, we went from a weak Category 4 to almost a Category 5 here within just several hours.
Right. So, the 5 a.m. advisory, Shay, the 5 a.m. had maximum sustained winds at 140 miles an hour, and within, less than 2 hours, it's up to 155 miles an hour, and that is 1 mile per hour below a Cat 5.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so what we're seeing with this is that there have been a lot of very abrupt changes. And if you remember 11 o'clock last night, this swung really far to the south as far as that whole cone shifted to the south. And then at 5 o'clock in the morning, it shifted north. The bottom line is that, like we've talked about all along, you don't want to pay attention to that center of the track. At this point, it looks like landfall is going to be even earlier in the day because of, so now we're talking about an early afternoon landfall. If you haven't, if our listeners hadn't been listening overnight or very early this morning, so much has changed so quickly that we are continuing to monitor this now.
Okay, now what about the forecast track? Now, intensity, the storm surge, as you've just told us, those numbers have gone up, not good. What about the track? What are you seeing with the modeling now, with the radar? Because at this point, you're able to look at the radars and kind of track the eye and the movement. What is the predicted area of landfall?
So that's where it's a bit tricky still. I guess I wasn't getting to it quickly, but that's exactly where I was headed. Yeah, what is happening is as you're watching the eye, it's looking a little more north-northeast. So right now, the idea is that it'll come in around Sarasota County. However, I wouldn't stick to that because, again, it's not just where it makes landfall. The changes are impacting our inland counties as much in some ways with the potential for flooding as the coastal areas for storm surge. So based on the track and where that eye wall is going to come around, and when you look at the positioning of the strongest winds, it's on the north side and even more northwest. So as the storm continues to move inland, we're affecting Manatee, Polk County, parts of Hillsborough County with much stronger winds in those areas than we were expecting last night even.
All right, let's talk
this morning.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk again. Let's try to drill down a little more on landfall. And again, I understand it's tricky, but initially, we thought that maybe it was going to be North Fort Myers, maybe up through Charlotte Harbor again, over Boca Grande, Punta Gorda, for instance, maybe Venice or south. So you think that there's a possibility that the actual eye wall coming ashore could be as far north as Sarasota County now?
Right now, it is looking like it could.
Now, what about the jogs? So what are we seeing? We're seeing more of a jog instead of it moving more eastward?
It's not steadily moving northeast. It's making a little jog to the west. It's making a little jog or I shouldn't say, it's making a jog back and forth over. When you look at the historical line, although it is going north, it's been jogging back and forth like a northwest and northeast. So it's not going in a straight line, and that's why it's hard to pinpoint. So one little tiny jog in this path as it's trying to make landfall is going to shift the intensity in any given area within a couple of miles. So that's why, preparation that all of us did across the area is really essential in this storm, no matter where you're at this point, because we can't nail down specifically what area or what towns are going to have the highest wind speeds, which of course could lead to the most damage, but we may end up with more flooding in places that weren't originally expecting it. Like I said, the heaviest rain and some of those strongest winds are not necessarily at the point of where it moves on shore. It's going to be north of it. And the eye has expanded some as well. So we're not talking about a little tiny area necessarily where we have a chance for hurricane force winds and gusts. It's becoming a larger area. So this intensification has changed quite a bit of the forecast is really what it comes down to.
All right, Shay, the obvious question, at least for me, if we've got this wobble, it's doing a little bit more of a north-northeast, and again, we're waiting for a real track to verify. Is there any chance that this thing throws us for a loop and comes even closer to the Tampa Bay area?
Well, if it does, closer in the sense of back into the mouth of Tampa Bay, pretty unlikely at this stage of the game because it is close enough. But it's already made multiple unexpected turns. So I think, staying in place right now is the best advice, making sure, you've already made all of your plans. You are in place. You should not try to move or change anything that you've already done to prepare. And now it is I think it's less important where exactly it makes landfall and more that you have taken the preparations. And in this area, these were all areas that knew that we had the storm coming into this general area to begin with. So we're all in place. Hopefully those who were supposed to evacuate have evacuated. So at this point, this is Mother Nature.
Yep. I'm looking at your graphic right now. I'm looking at the ABC Action News graphic and the plotting of.
You can see the line, right?
So it jogged to the right, then it started going straight, then it jogged to the right again, and now it's going straight, almost in a more northerly direction right now. So you can see that it's all zigzaggy, and it has jogged quite a bit in the last hours.
Yes. Exactly, and intensified. Yeah, and you can see that center line, if you go through that center line, it's coming right up through southern Sarasota County. But again, you don't want to focus on the line so much because there is that chance that if it wobbles a little more to the left, it goes a little farther north. If it wobbles a little farther to the right, within those last few miles here before the eye wall makes landfall, the point of contact is really in my mind one of the less important. I know that's everybody wants to know where is it making landfall, but anything north of that eye wall is really where we're going to see some intense impacts, and that includes Hillsborough County, pretty much at this point, anything from Manatee County on south, and then going through Polk County as it continues to move inland, because it is still moving somewhat slowly, not as slow as we thought yesterday or even earlier this morning, but it is still somewhat of a slow-moving system. We're going to be dealing with the winds, the rain, all through the day today and into tomorrow as well.
Shay, do you mind doing a little county by county for the immediate Tampa Bay area as far as Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk County, Manatee, down to Sarasota? Kind of give us a rundown county by county on what our listeners can expect. And we've got a wide signal, all the way up to just south of Ocala, all the way down to Sarasota, and all the way across, halfway across the state. So we've got a large listening area. What can our listeners expect today, county by county?
Okay, so in general, Sarasota County and Manatee County, especially inland Manatee County, are going to see some of the heaviest wind and rain here through early this evening. And as far as storm surge is concerned, like I mentioned, we've got that Bonita Beach to Englewood has just increased the storm surge amounts to...
You said 12 to 16 feet.
Yeah, 12 to 16 feet. Thank you. Glad you remember. And so the rainfall, the winds, most intense through early this afternoon around Sarasota and Manatee counties, as well as Hardee and DeSoto counties. I think that's where we're going to see some very strong winds, potentially hurricane force winds. And then as that storm continues to move inland, we will see the potential for some of those hurricane force winds around southeastern Hillsborough County and through Polk County, Highlands County, and that'll be later on tonight. And into the overnight. As far as Hillsborough County and Pinellas County goes, we're still watching the coastal areas, especially southern Pinellas County, for storm surge. Still in that 4 to 6 foot range is what we're still looking at. However, when you look at the counterclockwise circulation of this storm, we may have something working for us here where the storm, if the storm is far enough to the south, it will actually help to pull. If you remember what happened with Irma, where the water pulled out of the bay, I'm not saying we're going to get that, but it will help to reduce the impacts of that storm surge. So whatever initial storm surge may be happening right now as the storm is approaching, once it moves inland, it's going to help to pull some of that out and work against it. So that's good news. Again, it all comes down to timing. There's a lot of, it's not just as simple as that. It depends on high and low tide as well. But we do have that possibly working in our favor there to limit some flooding in that area. But as far as the winds are concerned, in Hillsborough and Pinellas counties, and then on north, we're looking at tropical storm force winds. So that means anything below 70, basically 70 miles per hour. And even less around Citrus, Hernando, Sumter counties, you're really looking at wind speeds that should not be in excess of 40 to 60 miles per hour. And that's all through this storm. So really the stronger winds are going to be from Hillsborough County and on south, and including Hillsborough County, including Polk County on south.
All right, let's talk.
Did I miss any counties?
You know, there's just so much to digest, and this is such a large storm, Shay, that a large swath of the state of Florida is going to feel the effects here. So those are the winds. Let's talk about rain. Do we have any further, I guess,
rainfall total?
Guess on the total? Yeah. What I mean, when you heard 10 to 15 inches of rain likely in large portions of our area, has that changed?
So, no, that part has not. The 10 to 15 inches of rain is still possible anywhere. As you're watching the storm, if you are on the north or northwest side of the eye, as it continues moving, that's where we still have a potential for over a foot of rain.
That is enormous. I mean, that is a massive amount of rain in a short period of time. I know that one of the concerns is that even if we don't have the hurricane force winds in certain areas, and I said certain areas, that the saturation of the ground with all of this rain is going to weaken the dirt and the root structure potentially of trees. Right. And, maybe some 30, 40 mile an hour gusts can drop trees into houses and across roads.
Right. That is a concern for sure. And so this is still more of a rain and flooding event and concern for this storm. Even with this rapid intensification, it's only that coastal area where it moves on shore. So it's a limited area that will take the brunt of those very strong winds. It does look like it's increasing the max winds that we'll experience through its path as it moves inland from what we were looking at before. But those high cat force winds really will be felt within a limited area along the coast.
Shay, do you think that we're going to see the phenomenon of the water getting sucked out of Tampa Bay like we saw back with Irma, where I was standing in South Tampa and I looked like I could walk 300-400 yards into the middle of Tampa Bay and, stand where channel markers are located?
Yeah, that was an extremely unique scenario. And it all depends on the placement of the storm as it moves through more the center of the state. But I would say that it's unlikely. I mean, it was extremely unlikely, and I don't know that we've ever seen that happen in Tampa Bay before. No one that I know of has ever seen that. So again, highly unlikely. Is it possible? Sure. This is, nature, but I wouldn't say that's highly predicted at this moment.
All right, and Shay, finally here, and I'm sure we'll speak to you and Dennis, maybe Greg D later on during the show. And we appreciate the access and the availability. Our weather partner is ABC Action News here on Q105 and all of the Beasley broadcast operations. Do we have a guess on landfall? I know that you said that landfall was going to be earlier than expected. Mm-hmm. What time do we expect the eye wall to make it to shore so we can find out where this thing actually is going to enter the state?
Mm-hmm. It should be between noon and 3 o'clock today.
All right, noon and 3. All right, Shay Ryan, meteorologist, ABC Action News. Shay, thanks again.
Thank you. Take care.
Well, I'll text you. We'll check on your availability. We'll be in touch all morning long.
Sounds good. Be safe.
Thanks, Shay. You too. Bye-bye. All right, so there we have it. Yeah, the rapid intensification. Rox, hold on to that thought. Let me get a quick. We're running a little late here. I've got a 3-minute break, so it's going to be a very, very fast break. We're back in 3 minutes. I also want to grab your phone calls. If you're down in Sarasota, if you're down in areas south of the immediate Bay Area, would love to hear from you. If you're anywhere in the listening area, what do you want to add? What are your observations? Hopefully if you're in an evacuation zone that you evacuated, in certain areas in the Tampa Bay area where we were expecting massive storm surge, that doesn't look like it's going to verify, much less than expected. Some people decided to unevacuate. So whatever thoughts, comments, if you can give us some reports, if you're down in Sarasota or if you're in the central part of the state, if you're in Hardee or DeSoto counties, anywhere in Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk County, any comments, questions, observations, we'd love to grab your phone calls next, 800-990-1047. So you can fire up the phones right now, 800-990-1047 is how you get into the MJ Morning Show with our coverage this morning of Hurricane Ian, which is intensifying, is very close to becoming a Category 5 hurricane with now maximum sustained winds at 155 miles an hour. Just a couple of clicks away from a Category 5. All right, your phone calls. Fire up our phones, 800-990-1047. Comments, questions, observations, because many of you out there can be eyes and ears. Heavy pockets of rain. Let us know where it is. Winds that you're experiencing. Any issues with evacuation. Maybe you're in a shelter right now. So any aspect of this, we'd love to grab your phone calls. We'll do it next. We're 3 minutes away. Back in a moment on the MJ Morning Show with full coverage this morning of Hurricane Ian on Q105.
Well, we expect.
You got the MJ Morning Show on Q105 at 7:25 here on a Wednesday morning as we are covering Hurricane Ian, which has intensified. Hurricane Ian is now a very strong Category 4 hurricane from just the 5 a.m. advisory. Maximum sustained winds from the National Hurricane Center were at 140 miles an hour. And then a short time ago, they increased the maximum sustained winds to 155 miles. That means that the reconnaissance aircraft had measured winds at 155, and that is just a couple of miles an hour below a Category 5. And really, listen, if you're at 155, 156, and you've got Cat 5 that begins at, 157, I mean, does that really make a difference? 1 mile per hour?
Oh, the guy at the National Hurricane Center thought so. When you said Cat 5, he jumped you. No, it's a 4 plus. Right. It's a big 4.
But then didn't he also indicate that a Cat 5 begins at 156?
Yeah. 1 more mile.
Yeah, but according to the scale, a Category 5 begins at 157.
Ooh.
Yes, I'm looking. I had this printed out. I just didn't have it in front of me.
The Saphir, what is it called?
The Saffir-Simpson scale is, I believe, what you're referring to. Yeah. Did you know that? The Saffir-Simpson scale.
I did.
Yeah. All right, I want to go to phones here. Folks, your thoughts, your observations, where are you? What are you experiencing weather-wise right now in the Tampa Bay area? 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. We're also waiting for Governor DeSantis to speak. So we're expecting Ron DeSantis to speak here
at 7:30?
At about 7:30. So we're right now at 7:28. We're about 2 minutes away from the governor speaking, and we'll bring you the governor live as soon as DeSantis starts speaking. Let me grab phones. We'll start with Mike in Highlands County in Sebring. Mike, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Doing well, Mike.
Good. Just want to say I've been a listener since all the way back to the MJ DJ show.
Well, thank you very much.
It's been fun all along. We're not getting a lot of information. Of course, we're in a rural area. We really don't have a local radio station. But they kind of speak about everything coastal, and then we kind of get to Highlands, they kind of fizzle out. And, we're kind of concerned in this area and really haven't been getting a lot of good information like we're getting, on the coast and the surge. And I know that's the bulk of your listening area, but next time.
Listen, Highlands County and Sebring, very important. And I don't know if you heard me, but I mentioned earlier today during the program, I don't know, within the last hour or so, and I talked about the forecast path. And again, we're still waiting for some verification on where the eye wall is going to come ashore and what type of a trajectory and what kind of an angle that it's going to take across the state. But keep in mind, this thing is so vast. It's a big storm. It's going to really affect the bulk of the state as it moves from coast to coast across the middle of the state. But, this system, is going to affect you in Highlands County. You're going to have potentially hurricane force winds and a whole lot of rain. So
Highlands is in the thick of it, man. You're on that
right
corner.
side. Yeah, you're on the dirtier side of the storm in Highlands County, most likely, as it's going to cut across the state. So, listen, you just have to be vigilant, obviously. Make sure that if you're in a low-lying area or if you're in an area prone to flooding, that there's going to be a lot of rain. Clearly, you don't have to worry about the storm surge, but the rain, the weakening of trees, a big wind event for you. So these inland counties are not going to get the same force of winds that you'll get along the shore or along the coast, or even just a relatively small, how many miles inward, will you get the strongest intensification on a storm this big? It could be somewhat significant, but in Highlands County, you still have the chance for hurricane force winds for quite some time.
I mean, I see a map here, MJ, where they're calling for a Category 1 hurricane,
Yeah,
the
still-
weakest of still a
And that's what
hurricane.
it was during the night, anywhere from a 1 back to a tropical depression.
No, but for you in Highlands County in the center of the state, even to Polk County and the far eastern part of Hillsborough County, they're still projecting this could be still a Category 1 as it's well within the state of Florida. In the center of the state, it still could be a Category 1 for quite some time before it dissipates down to tropical storm status.
Right, but with it now being up to, almost a 5, could we maybe be experiencing a 3? I mean, how much is it going to get knocked down in that?
It slows down quickly. Once it's over land and it stops being fed by the warm waters, it's going to slow down. I mean, some places will have a 3 because it's in the process of slowing down.
Right.
Highlands County, DeSoto County, Hardy County, all in the path.
I would just be prepared for hurricane force winds. That's what they're saying. Batten down the hatches. And, Mike, we wish you the best of luck. Let me grab David in Ruskin. David Ruskin in Hillsborough County. Hello, David. You're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105 waiting for the governor. He hasn't started yet. David, welcome to the program.
Thank you. How you doing?
We are doing well. Go ahead.
So, we just left Ruskin. We're from Sun City Center area, and just wanted to jump in. Early this morning, the winds were pretty strong. We already had some rain coming through the front door as the seal wasn't the best. So we went up and sealed that, and we're headed towards Plant City, and just wanted to hop on there and let you guys know that the traffic is really light on the way down north from I-75 and 60. There's pretty much no cars. Don't expect to get any gas because all the gas is pretty much all sold out and wrapped up. But we're here in Plant City now, and there's just a light sprinkle and no wind. So hopefully this storm can calm down a little bit before it comes into Plant City.
Well, I would not count on that because this is going to be a monster storm with a wide breadth. So really a wide trajectory here. So what you're getting now is like an appetizer. Yeah. This is just the periphery, and as this storm makes landfall, makes its way through the state, the winds are going to dramatically increase. Hurricane force winds in large portions of our listening area, and just a lot of rain. Again, projections of 10 to 15 inches of rain in some areas. But listen, as far as traffic goes, we experienced the same thing this morning. The whole crew, Roxanne, myself, and Fester and Froggy, we're all Hillsborough County residents, so we all drove I-275 and the Howard Franklin Bridge in this morning, and it was a ghost town. There were virtually no cars on the road. From my entire commute this morning, about 5:30 this morning to the studio here in St. Pete, I saw a total of 2 vehicles.
Me too.
2. I was 3. So from the South Tampa end of the Howard Franklin Bridge all the way to where I got off at MLK and Ulmerton, there were 3 vehicles on the road that whole drive, including myself.
It was like a zombie apocalypse drive.
It was creepy.
Apocalypse? Is that
that's what it felt like.
Is that near Apopka?
Okay, that's one of Roxanne's words.
I know it is.
She can't say apocalypse.
I know. She can't. But we had almost no traffic, and one of the vehicles that I saw this morning was actually a St. Pete police cruiser, a Ford Explorer, police interceptor edition. So we had a St. Pete police officer coming from Hillsborough, obviously heading to work in Pinellas County.
Anybody who's going to call in to give current weather conditions, it's a little invalid because wherever you are in our area, it's going to be deteriorating.
Well, listen, I've got no issue with people telling us what's happening right now, just as long as everyone understands
it's like a 15-minute forecast because it's changing.
It's going to get a whole lot worse as the day goes on. Hey, buddy, thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
And we're talking about flooding. I have to tell you something.
Yeah, let me just get out the number here quickly. 800-990-1047. If you want to get in, what are you experiencing? It's always great to get phone calls all around the Tampa Bay area. And, we just took a call from Sebring, all the way in Highlands County. if you're down in Sarasota, if you're down in Manatee County, you know, our signal does get down to Sarasota. We've got a lot of listeners that call us from Sarasota. And, you know, an hour south of the immediate Tampa Bay area, you're going to have some interesting effects and some significant effects down there. So if you want to give us reports from wherever you are in the Tampa Bay area, what about evacuations? Did you evacuate? Where were you when you evacuated? You know, the preparation time clearly has passed. So did you prepare, or did you find that you didn't take this, seriously enough? And again, the storm has shifted. You know, we're not going to get the brunt of this storm. I mean, just a day ago, folks, literally early yesterday morning, we had this storm tracking up Tampa Bay. You know, hang on. Ron DeSantis, the governor, is speaking. Let's listen in.
Storm. We expect landfall in southwest Florida later today as a major hurricane. And will slowly move across the central Florida peninsula before exiting the northeast Florida coast, probably sometime on Thursday. Much of southern Florida is already experiencing impacts from the storm as it moves closer to landfall. There have been several tornado warnings issued during the overnight hours, and we expect to see that continue today. A storm of this magnitude will produce catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast of Florida, and the highest risk areas are ranging from Collier County up to Sarasota County. The current track has the storm making landfall in Charlotte County. If you are in any of those counties, it's no longer possible to safely evacuate. It's time to hunker down and prepare for this storm. This is a powerful storm that should be treated like you would treat if a tornado was approaching your home. If you're out on the roads, get to a safe place as soon as possible. There's more than 200 shelters open in just the southwest Florida region alone. We're already seeing bridge closures. The Skyway Bridge is closed now, going from Manatee to Pinellas counties. There's 40,000 power outages reported, but outside of southwest Florida, crews are responding to those power outages. Don't go outside in the eye of the storm. It's still dangerous. There's actually a calmness if the center of the hurricane is right over you. You think maybe the storm has passed. That's not the case. It's still very dangerous. There's possibilities of tornadoes. It would also be very difficult to potentially get back into your home. So even if it seems calm, wait to make sure that the storm has actually passed. Once the storm has passed and it's safe to go outside, I urge you to be cautious. Avoid downed power lines. Avoid standing water. Stay clear of damaged trees. If you are using a generator for power, make sure that that is being operated outside your home. Do not operate that indoors. And then don't drive in flooded streets. People will look and think they can drive through it, and it doesn't work out well for them. As the storm has approached, we've already had enough winds to have local bridges closed. So the bridge on State Road 64, Manatee Avenue East, has now been closed. The bridge at SR 684 and Cortez Road has now been closed. And the John Ringling Causeway has been closed. And that is basically a function of when the winds reach a certain threshold. Obviously, you're going to see more bridge use suspended given the ferocity of this storm. This morning, Director Guthrie asked for additional airlift, hoist, and high water vehicles from the Department of Defense in coordination with FEMA. The Department of Transportation also has 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations. We're bringing in supplies by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. All the airports in Southwest Florida have leave-behind teams in place so that they will be able to get the runways in good shape once the storm has passed. We have 5,000 Florida Guardsmen activated, 2,000 from neighboring states. We have air assets, urban search and rescue teams stationed now in Miami that will be able to respond over to Southwest Florida. Florida Fish and Wildlife, both vehicle assets, water assets, and air assets. And the U.S. Coast Guard is now staged 4 cutters. They also have shallow draft vessels ready to provide search and rescue assistance to the flooded areas. There are over 30,000 linemen staged and ready for power restoration efforts across the state of Florida, and that includes linemen across all of our major utilities, and a lot of these linemen are coming from out of state. So this is a major, major effort. Of course, the storm has to pass. There needs to be the ability for them to get in and access what they need to access, but that's going to be a priority, and Kevin and his team are going to be working hard on that. I want to thank the 26 states that have sent support to us during this time, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, Louisiana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. We very much appreciate the assistance, and as this storm hits, we've got massive amounts of assets that are staged, but we're already discussing about ways where we can get more value-added support. So most of you have said call, and we may be doing just that as the recovery efforts go forward. So this is a major, major storm. It's something that we knew was going to be significant. The strengthening of this over the last night, has been really, really significant. It's potentially that it could make landfall as a Category 5, but clearly this is a very powerful major hurricane that's going to have major impacts, both on impact in Southwest Florida, but then as it continues to work through the state, it is going to have major, major impacts in terms of wind, in terms of rain, in terms of flooding. So this is going to be a nasty, nasty day, 2 days. Probably we think now it will be exiting the peninsula sometime on Thursday. Yesterday, based on how fast it was moving, thought maybe it would be till the wee hours of Friday morning. So this is going to be a rough stretch. We're here to respond to the areas that are affected once the storm is passed. Local emergency responders are standing by, ready to go. I think most people heeded the warnings of doing the evacuations in those very sensitive locations, but not everyone may have done that. And so we understand that a storm of this magnitude, there's going to be a need, to begin those rescue efforts apace. Kevin Guthrie is here for an update from Florida DEM.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Ian, as the governor has mentioned, is projected to make landfall this afternoon on the Charlotte County coast. This will cause life-threatening storm surge, flooding. Tropical storm force winds will be felt throughout the entire state, and even isolated tornadoes. I urge Floridians who have made the decision to shelter in place, to stay indoors, and stay off the roads. You do not want to be outdoors or on the roads as a storm of this size is making landfall in your area. It is extremely dangerous. If you have battery-operated or hand-crank weather radios, you should be checking them now, changing the batteries, making sure that they work. Power outages will occur. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, and as the governor has already mentioned, if you're in the Southwest Florida area, you should make the same preparations as if it is a tornado going over your house. Get to an interior room, free of windows. Have stuff to be able to protect your head and body from the debris, such as a blanket, sleeping bag, mattress, or even potentially helmets. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember, it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. We continue to coordinate with all of our electrical partners. As the governor's mentioned, there are over 30,000 linemen staged throughout the city, from north central Florida all the way down to Miami. As areas in South Florida and the Keys begin to experience power outages, remember to contact your service provider, not 911, for power restoration. You can also keep your refrigerators shut. Open them as little as possible to help preserve your perishable items. If you're using a generator, as we've been saying now for days, remember to keep it elevated on a hard surface, away from doors and windows, outside of garages. This will help you stay safe. If residents have any questions about resources for Hurricane Ian, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management or public safety office. This storm is here. It is imminent. I can tell you it is a Cat 4 hurricane, nearly a Cat 5. I know all of the emergency management directors in Southwest Florida very well. Combined, they have over 200 years of experience. They're preparing and they're expecting a Cat 5. So please stay indoors, stay away from windows, get to an interior location of your house. If anyone has any questions and they still have phone service, if you need to contact the state to ask for assistance, we have a cell assistance information line. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That is 1-800-342-3557. As always, please follow us on our social media at Facebook and our Twitter page at FLCERT. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
All right, listening to the governor's presser from Tallahassee.
Thank you, Governor.
Here's Jimmy Petronas, CFO and Fire Marshal.
Search and rescue teams are staged in Miami and also in Central Florida. We have over 600 resources to bear. We have FEMA teams that have come in from out of state. We have Virginia 1 and 2 that just literally came back from Puerto Rico in Miami, also there to assist. Out of the 8 teams in Florida, 5 are activated. They will have search and rescue dogs. They will have swiftwater boats. They will go from door to door with engineers and trauma surgeons as soon as it is safe for them to make access to those neighborhoods. They will go from door to door to administer life-saving support through their missions. When it comes to hurricane response, I will put the state of Florida up against any of the 50 states. We have the best professionals, and Governor, this is the largest response I've ever seen in the state. It's amazing work that you and your team have done. They've been training for their entire lives for this mission. Please stay safe, and as the governor said, hunker down. Now's not the time to hit the roads.
That's Jimmy Petronas, the state fire marshal and CFO.
Be, of course, monitoring the impacts as soon as the storm.
Back to DeSantis.
Given part of the state, the priority is going to be to get personnel in there to be able to launch rescue efforts, and then obviously pave the way so that we can bring in more supplies to the airports, clearing roads so that our linemen can get in there and restore power. So all of that is standing by, but this is going to be a major storm. You've been following the tracks and seeing, obviously we knew for quite some time that it would be a major hurricane. Some of those tracks a couple days ago showed maybe it would weaken as it reached landfall further north. This one has just strengthened and it is the real deal. So it's going to do a lot of damage, so people should be prepared for that. As Kevin said, there's going to be widespread power outages, and those power outages are going to occur not just in Southwest Florida, but in other portions of the state. Of course, it's a priority to give those linemen the ability to get in there and restore that, but people should just be prepared. There's going to be damage to infrastructure with a storm of this nature, and power and communications and all those things can be affected. Do what you need to do to stay safe. If you are where that storm is approaching, you're already in hazardous conditions. It's going to get a lot worse very quickly. So please hunker down, treat it like a tornado, and make sure that that your friends and family know where you are. We're going to have folks that are going to be there very quickly once it's safe. But this is the real deal. So happy to take some questions.
Listening to the governor's press conference right now from Tallahassee.
Kind of evacuation order. You touched on it just briefly, but do we have any concept of how many people have heeded that evacuation order?
Well, I think if you talk to the local counties, I think that I spoke with some of the folks in Lee County, and they said people are by and large abiding by it. Now, it's not going to be everyone. I mean, you guys know, have been in Florida, there'll be a major hurricane approaching. There'll be sometimes people want to go out and surf in that. That's just, you just have some people that do that. But my sense has been there's been by and large interest in treating this thing very seriously across those counties. I mean, I do think that when you have tracks that are uncertain, and this is just, it's an inexact science, but when they see it in North Florida, then moving down north of Tampa, then some people think, well, it's probably going to shift again, so why should I do that? You know, we're at the point now, these aren't models, this is what the storm is actually doing, and so it is going to hit there. That's just the nature of it. So I think most people did. Of course, we've been stressing the folks in the mobile homes to make sure that they evacuated. Again, talking with the people on the local level, I think a lot of those people did. I don't think it's 100%.
Listening to the governor's presser, the reporters are asking questions now.
Is there a lot of resemblance to Charlie in the way it's going to cut across the state? And what is your best guess that's going to have on the people of Central Florida, Orange?
Question about Charlie, and is this storm going to be similar? It looks like it is.
Yes, it does have a Charlie-esque feel. I think one of the things that's a little bit different with Charlie, I mean, again, on the prediction models, it may go through Central Florida at a less intensity than what we had for Hurricane Charlie, dumping more rain. As the governor mentioned earlier today, possibly speeding up just a little bit to getting out of here in 24 hours versus 36 hours. So that'll certainly help on the rainfall side of the house. But again, it does have a Charlie-esque feel, but it should not be nearly as catastrophic on the winds like we saw with Hurricane Charlie all the way into Central Florida. We do expect rapid weakening, but again, there will be tropical storm force winds, strong tropical storm force winds felt all the way through the central part and up into northeast Florida as a part of this storm.
Yeah, we saw a lot of trees get plowed down during Charlie, obviously. So
and I think one thing for Central Florida is because we've had a lot of saturation, you know, those trees are vulnerable. So you're going to see trees are going to come down even with tropical storm force winds. It does not need to be hurricane force. So you are absolutely going to see that. That is going to cause interruptions in power. And of course, the sheer amount of rain that's going to come down is going to have a major impact across the center portion of the state. And even with the projected exit of the state in Volusia County, because of what it's going to do when it gets into the Atlantic, you're going to see impacts all the way up to Nassau County and Duval County, absolutely, in terms of some of the flooding and some of the other things that you will see because of the effects of this. So there will be significant effects, and you will absolutely see trees, you will see power interruptions, and you will see a lot of rain and water.
With the Sunshine Skyway just closing, and I'm sure y'all anticipate many more closures similar to that, is there any time y'all anticipate them opening back up for first responders, that kind of stuff?
So basically what happens on the bridges is once it reaches a certain sustained winds, it's no longer safe to go over, so that's when they close it. Of course, as soon as the storm passes and those winds go down, they immediately will go out and inspect the bridge to make sure there's not structural damage and to make sure it's safe. And then the minute it's safe, of course, for first responders, but also we want to get people back into their homes. And so if you're people evacuated out of Pinellas County, there's a lot of bridges that you need to take to get back to that peninsula. We want people to be able to do that. And the further it's away from the really strong winds, the less likely I think you will see major structural damage in bridges. If you look in Charlotte, Lee counties, I mean, you're going to end up in situations where you have a massive storm that's impacting those bridges. And it doesn't mean that they're not, a lot of these are built very well, but there's a lot that can happen. One of the things that Kevin and his team have done with the Florida Department of Transportation is instruct the securing of these barges that are in the water. When we had Hurricane Sally, you had a barge that was loose, ran into the bridge, and it knocked the bridge out.
That was I-10.
So that is something that is avoidable, and so that's been something, that message has been sent down, that if the storm itself knocks out a bridge, you know, that's Mother Nature, and we just got to work to remedy that. But if things are being left loose that are then going to ram into the bridge and cause that to be disabled, I mean, we worked really hard to get the bridge up in Northwest Florida back, but I mean, it takes time to be able to do it when it has that type of major impact like that. So all of that, there's sensitivity, the need to have the bridges open as soon as possible, but there's also sensitivity, the fact that you have 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds on one of those bridges, that's not a place that you want to be as a motorist. And quite frankly, it's not safe for our first responders even to be using that.
Given that there is a lot of rain and flooding and substantial storm surge associated with this storm, does it make it different than storms we've had in the past? Because I believe, Director Guthrie, last night you said there's going to be a great humanitarian lift that's going to be needed after this, especially considering some people may not have flood insurance, and that may be the biggest issue for a lot of them. So are there special preparations that you guys are taking for this storm that you maybe haven't taken in the past?
Well, I would say, and I think Kevin would agree, in terms of the resources that have been staged, we prepared for Dorian. That came very close. That was a Category 5. That was massive. That was a massive mobilization that we did. We were ready if that would have hit Florida. This has been bigger in terms of the mobilization. I mean, the assets that we have are unprecedented in the state's history. And unfortunately, I mean, they're going to need to be deployed because this is a really, really significant storm. In terms of how people in the aftermath who have damage, so one of the things with the flood insurance is there's folks that are told, hey, if you're not in a flood zone, you don't need flood insurance. And so people buy homes and they don't get it. But the fact is that there are places outside of, quote, flood zones where you absolutely, in an event like this, could be impacted. So FEMA does have programs that can offer support, but the FEMA's support is not going to be equal to what you would have gotten in a flood insurance policy. And so that's going to be something that we're going to have to look very seriously at in terms of what the impacts are of that. There's a lot of folks that have a homeowner's policy, and sometimes they're told that could also be for flood, and those are just different policies. The homeowners is from the wind, direct storm damage, the flood insurance obviously from rising waters. There will be debates in people's policies about, okay, you had a Cat 4, maybe even a 5 hit. Yes, your home got flooded, but is that also direct storm damage and not flood? And can your homeowner insurance? So that'll be good. I know Jimmy will be involved in doing that to try to help Florida consumers. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of fallout from this in terms of getting people back on their feet. But that's why we've done the mobilization that we've done. Right now, it's about safety. I think most Floridians made the proper precautions to keep themselves safe. The ones that didn't, that may end up in harm's way, there's a lot of assets that are staged, and those are going to be deployed because we want to help people. I mean, even if they made a different decision, we're all in this together, we're going to do that. Once that kind of life-saving part of the operation is concluded, it's all about getting people back on their feet. And there may be some people that had nothing more than just losing power, but that's important to get them back to normalcy. There's others that may have really significant structural damages to their residence. They're going to need assistance, and so all of that will be part of what will be really an unprecedented effort in the history of the state. I'm going to be traveling into North Central Florida today to be able to meet with a lot of the linemen that we have staged. I think it's important to just thank them for what they're doing because their quick response, be able to help get people back on the grid, really helps with the entire response effort. If you have everyone no power for weeks on end like we have had in other storms, that makes everything else that we're doing difficult. I mean, I've been through these storms, prior to being in elected office, and it's like, okay, the power is going to go out, but then after a while, people just start to get antsy. It's human nature. And so the fact that they're here in really huge numbers, ready to go down and descend, they're not only doing their job, they're performing a public service for us. So we're appreciative of that, and we're going to thank them for that, and we will get them deployed. Kevin, FDOT, they're going to make sure that those roads get cleared as soon as possible. Now, some of that is going to be very, very difficult because you're going to have a lot of debris. You're going to have a lot of trees. I mean, just think Hurricane Michael. There were some places, Category 5, I mean, it's like the whole forest came down almost on some of these roads. This is knocking on the door of that, and it's going to cause a lot of damage. And so that's going to be a huge priority. It's going to take a lot of manpower, but we're going to use the resources that we need to get it done.
We're listening to the governor on the MJ Morning Show on Q105.
Thank you, Governor Ron.
They are just wrapping up the presser in Tallahassee. And I believe calling in right now, live on the MJ Morning Show, we've got Sheriff Bob Gualtieri from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff, is this you?
It is.
Good morning.
Sheriff, thank you. Impeccable timing. Literally, the governor and his team in Tallahassee just wrapped up the presser. We were listening live, and I know we've got you scheduled for 8 o'clock, and here we are. Sheriff Gualtieri, Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, what is the latest with your team here in Pinellas County?
Well, I think I'd say the situation is this, and we're very fortunate that we have avoided a catastrophic event, but we have not avoided an event. I mean, the best information we have, in fact, the Florida Highway Patrol just shut down the Skyway Bridge because of winds. We expect that we'll see here in Pinellas County at about 1 o'clock today, we'll start seeing tropical storm force winds, which means 60 miles an hour, and gusts into hurricane force winds at 70, 80 miles an hour. We're expecting about 15 inches of rain between today and tomorrow, and still some storm surge in that 3 to 6 foot range. So we're not out of the woods on this thing. We're out of the woods, thankfully, on a catastrophic event. But until tomorrow morning, somewhere around 5, 6 o'clock, we're still going to be impacted by it. And then hopefully by tomorrow afternoon, it'll all clear. So we need to be vigilant. Just recommend that people shelter in place. But again, the big deal is going to be to the south of us. We have to certainly feel for those people down there. But as far as what we deal with here is that we're actually going to see the worst of what we're going to see here coming up later today. So we still need to be vigilant on this.
Yeah, Sheriff Gualtieri, Pinellas County, is with us right now live on the MJ Morning Show. And again, yeah, that's what we're hearing, that we're going to start feeling some of the tropical force effects noon, 1 p.m. this afternoon. The peak for us, according to our meteorological partners at ABC Action News, later tonight and overnight is when we'll probably get the peak. But Sheriff, This is a long event. This is not a storm that's going to roll through in a couple of hours. This is a long event. Now, it might not be as long as it was originally predicted, because we're supposed to slow down dramatically as it was approaching the Tampa Bay area. But of course, yesterday we got the course adjustment. You know, yesterday, Sheriff, on the morning show, really out of the box at about 6 a.m. Yesterday morning, we were talking about how these European models were starting to take the storm more into southwest Florida around the Fort Myers area, and it looks like that's verifying. Now, Sheriff, you just brought up a second ago that we should avoid some of the catastrophic effects like the storm surge, and that is a big relief that we're not going to have potentially 10, 15-foot storm surge. But still, we've got a major wind event and a lot of rain. They're saying 10 to 15 inches of rain, Sheriff.
Yeah, it's all right, and so what we're going to avoid, again, thankfully, is the life-threatening catastrophic events, but we're going to still be impacted by this. And, here in Pinellas, the ground is already saturated, so you get 15 inches of rain. We are going to see some flash flooding. We are going to see some trees down. We're going to see, again, the effects of this, and very reminiscent of Irma. And Irma was not insignificant. So, let's just hope that it stays the way it is, and we'll be able to get through this till tomorrow morning. But yeah, again, and you said it, is that the worst is yet to come, and whether it's this evening or overnight. But by early tomorrow morning, this thing should be beyond us. So we just ask the people maintain the status quo. We are going to keep the barrier islands, everything from Tierra Verde all through Dunedin. We're going to keep that restricted. There's still an evacuation order that is in place, and I don't envision any of that changing. We'll look at it later today and make some decisions. And as soon as we can, as soon as it's safe to do so, then we'll open things back up. But everybody just needs to maintain, and it is not going to go away in a couple hours. Thankfully, though, this is a 15-hour event, not a 47-hour event as it was at first projected to be for us.
Sheriff Gualtieri, Pinellas County, is on the phone with us live on the MJ Morning Show. Sheriff, let's talk about your resources, your agency. What is the status of your deputies right now? What calls are they responding to now? When will you limit responses? What is the current status, and what is expected to be the future status?
Yeah, so, right now it's pretty much in normal activity as far as the calls are concerned, nothing extraordinary. Of course, we have everybody working, so we have hundreds of deputies out there and with other law enforcement agencies in the county. So I would say the county is saturated right now with a law enforcement presence.
Now, Sheriff, are you working an A shift and a B shift and 12-hour shifts?
We are. And so everybody is on those. And so that's why you got so many law enforcement officers out there, because we are on that, as you call it, and we call NAB 12-hour shift. That just means everybody works. Nobody takes any days off. You work 12 on, 12 off. And we had thought that, that we were going to be doing that for days if we had gotten hit with what they're getting hit with in South Florida. But thankfully, it looks like that we'll probably be off of that in a day or two. But yes, that's the model. Everybody's out there. And to answer your question, we're still going to monitor this. And if we hit 50, 55 mile an hour winds, then it's not safe for the first responders to be out there. We will pull them off the road if we hit sustained 50, 55 mile an hour winds. So that's why it's important with the evacuation order still being in place and people not being on the roads, because it stays that if we pull people off under a mandatory evacuation order, then we're not responding to calls. So again, we need to keep everybody safe, including our own people. So everybody needs to still keep that in mind.
Sheriff, something that we don't want to think about, but clearly you've got opportunists that will take advantage. In Pinellas County, have there been any reports of any type of looting or anybody that has tried to take advantage of evacuated homes?
No, we haven't had any of that. No.
All right. Well, that is positive to hear, because sometimes we have that problem. Sheriff, I just saw one of the cameras at the Sunshine Skyway wobbling all over the place, and just kind of an eerie sight to see the Sunshine Skyway with all lanes completely empty, as the Sunshine Skyway was closed a little while ago because of winds hitting 40 miles per hour or greater. So just seeing that camera a moment ago, it's just kind of locks in the situation that we're in.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. And you're right. Is that that's what I'm going to stress to everybody is don't stand down. Maintain, because we have not seen the worst of this here, and don't mistake the fact that it's not going to be catastrophic with it's not going to be significant. So there is, and the worse the winds, and you start getting these 60, 70 mile an hour winds or greater, or even in gusts, you're going to see damage. You're going to see it's not going to be good on the street. So just stay off the street. This is, again, not long term. All you got to do is get through it till about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. It should be fine. So enjoy the time at home, stay home, family, friends, do your thing, and get through it till tomorrow morning.
Well, we appreciate it. And Sheriff, before you go, again, our heartfelt feelings for the loss of Deputy Michael Hartwick, and certainly a terrible blow for the agency. And our thoughts are with you and all of the men and women of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office.
Well, thanks. We appreciate that. We're dealing with that, the funeral, and thankfully, given this change, we have it planned for Monday morning at 11 o'clock. So looks like we'll be able to do that. We delayed it longer than we usually would because of the storm, but we want to make sure that we pay the proper respects and tribute to Deputy Hartwick and to his family. So we'll be doing that on Monday.
Sheriff, I've known a lot of people in this town for a long time, and I've had so many people, attorneys, for instance, that have had cases with Deputy Hartwick over the years, and I just had an outpouring of people contacting me saying he was a great guy. People that knew him personally, people that I know that knew him personally, I didn't know, but just getting the stories about Deputy Hartwick have been very enlightening.
Yeah, I knew him too. He's been here for 19 years, and he's a cop who came to work every day and did his job and worked hard to keep the community safe, and he contributed significantly. And that's what that's who Mike was, and that's what he did. And, he had a great sense of humor. He loved life. He enjoyed riding his motorcycle. He was a Mason. He had a lot of outside activities as well. And it's a real tragedy. And it shouldn't have happened. It didn't have to happen, but it did. And we just got to now our obligation and the right thing to do is to never forget Mike and to pay the proper respects to him over the next few days.
And he would have been out there serving Pinellas County during the storm, so that's got to be hard to swallow as well.
Yep, absolutely, no doubt.
Sheriff Bob Gualtieri, the sheriff of Pinellas County. Sheriff, thank you for making the time to come on the MJ Morning Show this morning.
You're welcome. Take care.
Thank you, Sheriff. All right, so that's Pinellas County. We've got Sheriff Chad Chronister lined up right around 8:48 this morning. So about 40 minutes from right now, Sheriff Chronister will be on with us live this morning, get the scene from Hillsborough County. Also, we'll try to get Sheriff Grady Judd on, because Polk County is not going to escape this. I mean, we have, again, that Charlie-esque type path that is going to cut through the center of the state once landfall is achieved. And that's going to be sooner than expected. Landfall is going to happen within the next couple of hours, and then it's going to start cutting a path through the center of the state with a trajectory to exit probably around, Daytona, somewhere, in that area south of Jacksonville.
Well, from Lakeland, it essentially follows I-4 out of the state. It goes through Lakeland, it goes through Orlando, it goes into Daytona, and then...
You're talking I-95?
No, I-4.
Well, I-4, but then...
From Lakeland.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's entering, of course, down in Lee and Charlotte counties. It's going to cut across through DeSoto, Highlands, and Hardy County to pick up in Polk County, then pick up I-4 in Lakeland, and then follow that to Daytona.
All right, folks, we'll grab your phone calls if you want to call in. If you've got reports from around the Tampa Bay area, where are you? Let's talk about rain. Let's talk about wind. Let's talk about any observations that you have. Any of your last-minute preparations. Were you out and about yesterday? What was open? What was closed? Have you been out this morning? We have. And when we drove in this morning, conditions were not terrible. I'm looking outside now, and here in Pinellas County, we are in St. Petersburg, right near Gandy and 4th. That is our basic location where the Q105 studios are. And I've seen the wind pick up. I'm seeing gusts. I can judge by the trees right outside of our window. But what's happening where you are? Any comments, any questions, any observations? You can call us now on the MJ Morning Show at 800-990-1047. That's how you get in. 800-990-1047. Roxanne, you've got Tico lined up, correct?
Yes, at 9 o'clock. We've got a woman who's going to call from Tico so she can tell us information that we need to know regarding power outages. And one thing I did want to share as it pertains to flooding, we are in a flood watch in effect from now in the city of Tampa until tomorrow at 8 p.m. And if you have any questions or you want to report flooding, I should say, you need to call this number, 813-274-3101. And that number, we also put it up on our website on mjmorningshow.com.
All right, some of the big headlines, obviously, the Sunshine Skyway is closed. The Sunshine Skyway was closed a short time ago, so no traffic is going to be going over the Sunshine Skyway Bridge.
Any word on the fishing pier?
Yeah, I think that the fishing might not be the best right now.
Because I heard in this choppy water, you can really land a big one. I don't know.
Oh, really?
I don't know. Is that true, Froggy?
I don't think the fishing's good, Fester. Let's not say that.
I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know. I'm not a fisherman.
Yeah. So, I would not recommend fishing or surfing. We had the governor on just a little while ago, and the governor was talking about, some of the knuckleheads that will try to go surfing.
Did you hear him? It took all of his power not to call those people idiots. He's like, well, sometimes those...
You can tell that he wanted
chose his words.
He wanted to say boneheads. So Sunshine Skyway is closed. And Roxanne, one of the other headlines regarding Tico is Tico has announced that they are not going to preemptively cut power on Davis Islands.
Tampa EVAC Zone A is what they were going to cut it on, which includes downtown Tampa.
Downtown Tampa, parts of downtown Tampa, Harbor Island, and Davis Islands. Tico yesterday was talking about a preemptive power cut in order to preserve some of the transmission lines underground from potential saltwater intrusion. And with the fact that we're not going to get the storm surge that we would have seen if this storm would have headed right up Tampa Bay or north along the Pinellas coast, we're not going to get the storm surge that we thought we were going to get. And I'll go to phones here in a second. All the lines are jammed here. But again, this is somewhat cliche, but we're going to be spared that storm surge and the worst of this system, but it becomes somebody else's problem. So our fortunate situation of not having the worst of the effects clearly becomes a bad situation for others. 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. Yeah, Rox, before we go to phones.
Right. I'm communicating with someone who works at a major Tampa hospital, and she said that, or he possibly, all the staff is coming in with luggage and bedding, and they're getting their assignments for the next few days. And as of 11 a.m., the hospital will go into lockdown mode.
Yeah, so we've heard this from medical professionals. We had a caller yesterday that worked in, was it the St. Joe's system, I think, and all doctors and nurses and support staff were told that you're coming to the hospital and you're going to be sleeping at the hospital. So bring a pillow, bring a sleeping bag, bring food, bring what you need, because they're going to be on long shifts and they're going to have to stay. All right, let's go to phones. 800-990-1047 gets you on. 800-990-1047. What are you observing? Where are you in the Tampa Bay area? We'll give you more details on possible landfall. We'll give you more details on wind and rain and what to expect in a lot of the areas surrounding and including the immediate Tampa Bay area. But we have a Category 4 at the upper end right now. We have a Category 4 storm that is just a couple of miles away from a Category 5. So the 8 o'clock advisory just came out a short time ago. The intermediate 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory from the National Hurricane Center puts the movement of Hurricane Ian at a 10-mile-per-hour pace in the direction of north-northeast. And the maximum sustained winds are now 155 miles an hour. This is a whopper of a storm. 155 miles per hour. That is at the very top end of a Category 4. Because a Category 4 begins at 130. Cat 4 is 130 to 156, and then Category 5 hits at 157. So, yeah, is there really a difference between a Category 4 at 155 and a Category 5 at 157? I think it's pretty darn close. All right, let's go to phones. Thanks for everyone holding. As soon as a line opens up, you can try to get in at 800-990-1047. Oh, let's grab Rob. Rob is actually on the Gandy Bridge right now. Rob, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. What is the Gandy Bridge looking like?
Hey, guys. Good morning. It's not bad, and there are some gusts of wind. I think what everyone needs to look at, if you do have to travel this morning, be careful with your speed. I just noticed at the beginning of the Gandy, there's nobody on the bridge, and there was a highway patrolman had someone pulled over in the right lane. Obviously, he wasn't paying attention, and I came over the Gandy, and there was an unmarked car shooting a car at the other end. So, you need to make sure that you're watching where you're going. There is debris on the bridge. There was parts of palm trees at the beginning of the bridge and on the other side. I'm now coming into downtown Tampa. MJ, I've literally passed maybe one car. I see one car way up ahead of me.
Rob, why are you on the road? What is that is taking you on the roads this morning?
I'm the executive chef for Baycare in Plant City, so I'm on my way for lockdown. I'll be there. They told me to come in at 11. I wasn't going to wait until that long because I live in Indian Rocks. So I got on my way, and then when I get there at 11, I've got my blow-up bed and all my bedding, and just like you said, we'll be there from 11. They told us they're not going to let us go until probably Friday around 11 a.m.
Right. So, again, doctors, nurses, support staff, and here Rob says he's the executive chef in the Baycare Hospital System. You said Plant City?
Yes, Plant City, South Florida Baptist.
Right. So you're going to clearly be responsible for food for the staff, during this event. So that is obviously a perfectly good reason why you're on the road to get to a hospital to work in Plant City. All right, Rob, do me a favor. Stay safe for the rest of your journey. You're on the Leroy Selman Crosstown going through downtown Tampa right now?
I just got into downtown Tampa. Again, it's completely abandoned, so it's like everybody's heeding the warnings. But those of you that work for hospitals or the Baycare system that have been told to go in 11, I wouldn't wait till 10:30 to leave or 10 o'clock to leave.
Right.
I would go now.
Yeah, get in as early as possible because conditions will just deteriorate from here on out. And again, you saw FHP on the western end of the Gandy and Pinellas, and then you saw probably TPD shooting radar on the eastern side of the Gandy, correct?
That's correct. And I'll be honest with you, they are out in quite some force. I've seen Pinellas County. I just saw Hillsborough County. So there is a lot of activity. So if you are on the roads, you should have a reason, especially if you're speeding. You better have a great reason to be on the road.
Right. And again, this is a great point is if you need to be on the roads, drive safely. Don't drive like an idiot. Don't drive with excessive speed. Be very careful because law enforcement is out there, and I'm glad law enforcement is out there. All right, Rob, stay safe, and please keep in touch with us, okay, Rob?
All right, guys. Good work.
Thank you very much. All right, you got the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Let's go right back to the phones. Bill is in Spring Hill. Bill, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. By the way, that just opened up a line, 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047 is how you get in. Bill in Spring Hill, welcome to the MJ Morning Show.
Hey, how you guys doing? You're doing a great job.
Well, thank you, Bill. What do you see up in Spring Hill?
Well, I'm up in Shady Hills area, and this is a notorious place for a little pop-up tornado. So anybody who lives in Shady Hills area needs to hunker down a little extra.
Right, it's a very good point you bring up, and we need to continuously remind people that there are going to be tornadoes as this storm comes ashore down in southwest Florida, somewhere around Fort Myers to Venice, wherever this actually finally tracks. But keep in mind that, you're going to have an eye wall that's going to come on shore in a certain geographic location, probably somewhere in Charlotte County. But the effects, the breadth of this storm is so wide, the effects are going to be very far and wide and felt all across the state, and you're going to have tornado activity. Bill, I'm glad you brought that up. So there are going to be tornadoes. A lot of times the tornadic activity is on that dirty side, on that northeastern quadrant. So there are going to be plenty of tornadoes that are probably going to crank up. I don't even know if they're all going to be reported. They should be picked up by the weather radar systems, but still be very conscious. Here's a hurricane, but you are going to have tornadoes spawned. And for instance, yesterday with just the leading edge bands over on the East Coast in Broward County, in Pembroke Pines, in the Hollywood Pembroke Pines area, there were a couple of tornadoes and airplanes were flipped over and destroyed. These were smaller single-engine airplanes, but we already had problems. All right, that just opened up another line, 800-990-1047. Again, getting reports from around the Tampa Bay area. Where are you? What are you experiencing right now? It was great to get the call on the road, going to work, getting a feel for what's going on the Gandy, what's going on the crosstown Leroy Selman. So 800-990-1047 gets you on. Any comments, questions, observations? Everyone's got a story, and we want to hear it. 800-990-1047 to get in on the MJ Morning Show right now. Jackie's in Clearwater. Jackie, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I think you guys are doing a phenomenal job with the coverage and everything. It's raining here. It's not really that windy and everything. I'm hoping it's not. I live in a manufactured home that has been here for 50 years, and I am not the only reason I'm in an evacuation zone is because I live in a manufactured home. So I'm not in a flood zone. I am in no way near a flood zone.
And are you still in your manufactured home right now?
Yes, I am.
All right, why didn't you evacuate? Because the evacuation orders, include mobile homes or manufactured homes. Why did you decide to stay?
I decided to stay because there is a certificate in my fuse box of my home that says I am good in my location. And with the...
Up until what type of wind? So does your certificate give the wind speed that you're supposedly good for?
Up through a 3.
So you're in a manufactured home, and they tell you that your manufactured home is good up until a Category 3?
That's a lot of...
Now,
that's a lot of faith to put in a certificate.
Yeah, who issued this certificate? I'm just curious.
You know what? It's in the fuse box. It's like the company that put the home in. I mean, I know I'm anchored down and everything, and like I said, it was
how long ago was that certificate put into your fuse box?
Probably back in the days of typewriters.
I don't know if I would put much. I don't know if I would bet my life on a certificate that some Yahoo put in your fuse box back in 1970 or something.
I'm not betting my life on it.
Right.
You know, I'm not in a flood zone, and I don't. You know, I know there's going to be wind, but I lived here during Elena, and you know, I hope this doesn't do that.
All
right, Jackie. Stay safe.
All right, thanks, Jackie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. 800. That opens up a line. 800-990-1047. Oh, look at this. Rodney's in Port Richey. Hang on. I think he's witnessing some police activity right now. Let's grab Rodney in Port Richey. Rodney, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hey, what's going on? Rodney the Wrecker doing his job. Hey, Port Richey's arrested people trying to go surfing.
All right. So hold on a minute. So you just witnessed the Port Richey police trying to arrest people for surfing?
Not arrest. They did. They arrested them. They're going to jail. They're spending the night in jail. Yes, they offer surfing. They've got a mandate of a mandatory evacuation. They broke barriers to get in, to go out. I guess it would be, I don't know which one it is over here, but I don't know even what they call this by the Hooters over here. But they're over here. They broke barriers. Port Richey put barriers up, and they broke the barriers. They got caught out there. Their cars getting impounded, and they're going to jail.
And these are two surfers. What part of Port Richey? Where did it happen?
It happened right off of, it's on the east side of 19. I'm going over to, oh my God, what the hell's the name of the road here? I can't see because it's raining over here.
No, listen, good enough.
So Port Richey near the water, obviously, because they were surfing.
Hey, Rodney, thanks for the phone call.
I did not know that the Pasco County Sheriff's Office had a surfing unit for high-speed surf chases.
Pull over, dude.
It's Baywatch. They're running on the beach like Pam Anderson and David Hasselhoff.
Cowabunga.
Yeah.
Pull over now.
Don't go surfing in this. All right, that just opened up a line if you want to get in. Again, comments, questions. If you have any observations, what is the weather doing in your area? You know what happens? You'll get areas of calm, and then you'll have areas where it is just whipping and rain could be coming down sideways. Remember, folks, this is just the beginning for us. The conditions are going to worsen as the morning and afternoon go on. The peak is going to be later this afternoon into this evening and even into the overnight hours. Now, this event is going to be potentially a 24-hour event for us. It is not going to be potentially that event that goes into Friday because the storm is going to accelerate a little faster as it rolls into the state of Florida. Still trying to see where actual landfall for the eye wall verifies. All right, back to phones. 800-990-1047 is how you get in. Weather reports, conditions. If you're on the road, where are you? What are you seeing on the road right now? 800-990-1047.
I just got a message from Pat George, and he said that water is going out of the bay. It's receded now 5 feet. And the Hubbard's, that Hubbard's marine fishing boat, it's now sitting on the bottom of the sand.
Oh, really? And this is where?
The bay.
So Tampa Bay, so water is starting to recede out of Tampa Bay.
Yes.
Andrew just got in my ear with an update on power outages. If you're on hold, hang on. I'm going to phones in just a second. Andrew, what were the numbers that you had? All right, so 13,000 customers are without power in Sarasota County right now. All right, back to the phones. Let me grab Ryan in Palm Harbor. Ryan, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, good morning. Thank you guys so much for doing what you're doing. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. I just wanted to let you guys know I'm in Palm Harbor, Lake. I'm actually headed north on East Lake, and there's one store that has gas, actually, and their store is open. Limited time on the gas, very limited amount of supplies inside.
All right, well, let's give the details on that. So you're saying you found one gas station that's open that has gas now. Now, at this point, you probably should have filled everything up, and you should probably be inside. Now, Ryan, why are you on the road right now?
Because actually my kids, well, on Monday, when everything was all fine and dandy, my daughter went to school, and then I got a call saying that she had a fever. So I got her an appointment with a pediatrician. She's fine. She just is having some virus thing, but she has fever. So I needed Tylenol.
Oh.
And I thought I had plenty.
So you left the house in the beginnings of this storm to try to find some Tylenol to bring the fever down.
Yeah. Yeah, and now my son has a fever as well. He's 2. She's 4.
Now, were you able to get Tylenol at the convenience store at the gas station that was open?
Not at that gas station that has gas, no. So I drove up southbound East Lake, and I was able to find at the 7-Eleven at the corner of Lake St. George and Tampa.
So you're able to find some Tylenol to help bring your kid's fever down. All right, well, listen, Ryan, do me a favor. Ryan, be safe, drive carefully, and are you headed home now?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, all right, get off the roads, be safe, and Ryan, thanks for listening, and appreciate the kind words here on the MJ Morning Show. Opens up a line, 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047 is how you get into the MJ Morning Show. Let's grab Andrea is out in Winter Haven, and Winter Haven being inland, those areas are going to feel, some effects that are going to be rather strong as this hurricane is going to cut diagonally across the state. Andrea, are you feeling anything in Winter Haven just yet?
Yes, good morning. Actually, we had to come to Lowe's real quick, and we have a lot of rain, and according to my weather app, about 30-mile-an-hour winds right now. So it's already starting and getting a little concerned.
Yeah, and listen, Winter Haven, you are well inland, but as our listeners know, with Hurricane Charlie and a lot of the other storms that have crisscrossed out in Polk County over the years, there are quite significant effects. Lots of rain, lots of wind, down power lines, down trees, and structural damage as well, occurred in many inland areas in the Tampa Bay area and across the state. So do me a favor, Andrea, stay safe and keep in touch with us, okay?
Thank you. Y'all stay safe, too.
You bet. All right, 8:32 at the MJ Morning Show opens up a line, 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047 is how you get on. I wanted to just, before I go back to phones, Melinda, Robert, Roberto, everyone, hang on. I'm back to you guys in just a second. But when we hear that this hurricane, that Hurricane Ian, which is now about as strong of a Category 4, bordering on Cat 5 that you can get, when we're hearing that this has a Charlie feel, Hurricane Charlie back in 2004, which was making a beeline right for the Tampa Bay area. And remember, we had a huge sigh of relief here in the Tampa Bay area because it took that turn. 6 hours before landfall, this thing took a turn and went into Charlotte Harbor, down in Charlotte County, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte area, and did remarkable damage, just devastation. And one thing that I remember, and this is one of these things that I'll never forget, I was invited by the news director then at Fox 13, Phil Metlin. And he said, hey, you want to go up in the chopper with Randy for a couple hours? And I said, absolutely. So I was in the Sky Fox helicopter a couple of days after Charlie in 2004. And Randy Powers, remember Randy? He was the chopper pilot, great helicopter pilot. And I was up with him and one of the reporters, it might have been Warren Ellie, if I'm not mistaken, up in the chopper. And we were up for a little over 2 hours. And we flew down into Charlotte County. We essentially, in the chopper, went right down I-75 into Charlotte County. And I'll never forget, I had my professional Nikon camera with me. My buddy Jim Harris lent me some 300 millimeter, 400, 500 millimeter lenses. And we're up at about 300 feet. And some of the pictures that I took and some of the images that I saw from the damage from Charlie are indelibly etched in my mind. For instance, right on I-75 in the Port Charlotte area, you have that fire station right off on the east side of I-75. And the fire station had a big red roof. And when I say had a roof, that roof was completely off of the fire station. It was carried clear across from the east side of I-75 all the way across all of the lanes, north and southbound, and ended up about 300 yards in a field across I-75. The entire roof of this fire station was lifted off and hurled across I-75. And then in that area, I'll never forget it, those giant light poles. A lot of times at the exits, you see those big, tall light poles for illumination. They were snapped in half like twigs because of Hurricane Charlie. Those are heavy metal poles that are implanted and bolted down into concrete bases. They were snapped like pretzel sticks. And then we continued on the chopper ride. We flew all through Charlotte Harbor, all of the homes along the harbor, many just destroyed, roofs gone completely. Then we flew inland and around Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, just seeing the houses with no roofs, looking down into people's lives. From a couple of hundred feet in the air, I'm looking down. I'm seeing people's beds with pillows still on the beds. I'm seeing bureaus and dresser drawers that are open and closed. And I'm seeing nightstands with people's belongings on it, but the roof is gone. I'm looking down in it like it's some kind of diorama or like a dollhouse. And I saw just hundreds and hundreds of homes like this. It was unbelievable. Then we headed inland. We headed toward Zolfo Springs and Wauchula. And I remember Arcadia. There was an old water tower. I don't even know if it was in use, but there was a silver water tower next to a building in Arcadia. And it actually said Arcadia painted on the water tower. That was completely leveled. The water tower was on the ground. I have a picture of that. So I've seen what this devastation looks like from the air. And it's truly unbelievable. And those are images that I'll never forget. And I took hundreds of pictures as well. Remember, back then I shared them on our website.
Absolutely.
On mjmorningshow.com years ago. They were on our website. All right, let's go back to phones here. Again, folks, the big headlines are that this hurricane has intensified. It is now a 155-mile-per-hour hurricane, maximum sustained winds. The 5 o'clock advisory had it at 140. 5 o'clock, 140 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center in Miami, they rushed an advisory at 7. They rushed a new advisory because winds are now clocked at 155 miles an hour near the very top of Cat 4, about to get to Cat 5 at 157. So we're dealing with a very significant hurricane, folks, and the effects are going to reach out far and wide from the center where it makes landfall. And it's believed that the landfall is going to be somewhere in Charlotte County, just below Sarasota County, is where it's believed that landfall is going to be. One of the other big headlines, the Sunshine Skyway is closed. All right, back to phones. Let's grab Melinda in Lakeland. Melinda, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hi, good morning. I was just calling to wish all the first responders safe travels and to let everybody know that they're working very hard. We're a law enforcement family, and my husband is in with his staff and his workers.
All right, so you're in Lakeland. Is your husband Lakeland PD or is he Polk County Sheriff's Office?
He's actually Bartow Police.
Bartow Police. All right, listen, another great agency out there. Mulberry, Bartow. So your husband is called in for duty right now?
Well, he He's actually the chief, but yes, he's called all of everybody in.
Well, look at this. We've got the
everyone going in.
We've got the chief of the Bartow Police Department's wife phoning in, which I think is fantastic. So, how many officers? How many officers under his command in the Bartow Police Department?
I believe they have somewhere around 59 officers.
Right.
Or 40, about 47, correction.
Gotcha.
About 47, and I think they have about 79 and all, everybody that works there.
Right,
So they're calling in their dispatchers and everybody.
So your husband is your beloved Brian.
Yes.
Yeah, Fester just brought up the webpage, a message from Chief of Police Brian S. Dorman. So, Mrs. Dorman, Melinda, I want to thank you for calling up and thank your husband and all of the Bartow officers for the service to the community.
Yes, and safe travels to everybody and everybody that is out on the road. Thank you so much, MJ.
Hey, thank you so much, and give our regards to your husband, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Look at that. That's fantastic. The chief of police from Bartow's wife phoning in. That's great.
But even out in Polk County, of course, there's the sheriff's office, but there's Lakeland PD, Bartow, Winter Haven PD. So there's different agencies within the county.
You got the Mulberry Police Department, don't you? I think I've seen over the years Mulberry cars, right? I've been through there enough. Never been pulled over, though. All right, Victor is in Wauchula, and Wauchula being one of those inland areas, during Charlie, Wauchula saw some significant damage as Charlie had made landfall on the coast and then cut across the state. Do you remember, were you there for Charlie by any chance, Victor?
Yeah, I was here, living here pretty much all my life. I think Charlie was the worst that I've ever seen, but when Charlie came through Hardy, I think it hit like at a 4 because it was moving so fast. So we got, we didn't have power for like a month.
That's amazing. So with Charlie, you had power out for almost a month?
Yeah, it was like probably about 3.5 weeks. We didn't see no power. And we had depending on rainwater, just to kind of shower a little bit, keep cool because it was so hot. Because, after a big storm like that, it just gets so hot right after, and it's we didn't have power for a good while.
Wow, incredible. All right, well, listen, Victor, we wish you the best. We hope that you don't experience Charlie-like effects as Ian is going to cut across the state. And listen, you in Wauchula, as you look at, what is that, Zolfo Springs, Wauchula, Bowling Green, is in that area. And you guys are right along, 17, correct?
Yes, yeah, we're 17 runs right through us.
Yeah.
And, and we're right connected to DeSoto and Highlands and
you're just to the west of Sebring.
Yeah, I was gonna get my son because my son lives in Tampa with his mom, and they live over there also Fowler, but I didn't. He ended up staying over there, which is a lot better,
Yeah, Fowler over there, Hillsborough County near Fowler. I mean, that's pretty much high ground. And that's where people in the the South Tampa areas and the low-lying areas, if they're going to stay in town, a lot of the evacuations might happen in that area. So they'll be fine up there, especially since this thing is hitting down probably in Charlotte County. Hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. All right, listen, if you're on hold, just hold on a second. We'll go back to phones in just a moment. Let me regroup. Let me take a quick break here. We also have Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister set to join us in just a few minutes. Then back to your phone calls. We will also go over again all of the wind projections, and there are some quite stunning wind projections for the Tampa Bay area and the stunning rainfall projections. So we have all of that coming up in just a bit. We have Tico coming up at about 9 o'clock or so to get the word on Tico, and looks like they're not going to do the preemptive power shutoff. All right, so hold on. Quick break. We're back in just a second here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Let's grab Pat and the latest on the road.
Cat 5. I mean, Cat 5 is 156. So, I mean, are we really going to argue about 1 mile an hour? I mean, at the end of the day, it could be considered Cat 5. So because the wind field, again, is so relatively small at about 40 miles overall, so you go 41 miles out, there's not even hurricane force winds. So the track takes it in, once it goes past the coast, it actually takes it into a pretty rural part of Sarasota County, Hardee County, and even Polk County early on, but then you have areas, unfortunately, like Bartow and Lakeland. Now, it'll be weaker by then, probably down to a 3 or a 2, but that concerns us. And, man, I feel for Polk County because they always get it. Back in 2004, Lake Wales got hit 3 times with Gene, Francis, and Charlie. And it seems like whether they're getting it from a West Coast storm or an East Coast storm, it always seems to go through Polk County. So, and we thought 3 days ago, this is going to be going north. Well, the GFS had it north. The Euro had it into, the West Coast. It just nailed it. But we were hoping at least it was going to go north into the Panhandle and weaken as it did so. And the Polk County folks are like, all right, finally, we're going to miss one. We're just going to sit this one out and watch it. And unfortunately, that's just not the case. Now, again, as it gets into Polk, it is going to be weaker. But as you said, 90 to 110 mile an hour gusts, that's what they had with Irma. It's exactly what they had with Irma. Polk County was the only area that had an extreme wind warning with Irma, and that was winds of about 100 miles an hour for about an hour stretch from midnight till 1 a.m. as it came through. And I would not be surprised if those are the numbers they're looking at again with Ian.
All right, for those that are just tuning in, we're on with Dennis Phillips live. By the way, you do your Dennis Phillips live, at 7:30 typically?
Yeah, although lately I've been doing it just constantly. Yep. I mean, yesterday was tricky because we're on the air continuously.
Oh, sure.
So, you try to,
All right, so this is Dennis Phillips live right now on the MJ Morning Show. All right, so Dennis, for those that are tuning in right now, give us again the best geographic spread of where you think the eye wall is going to enter. Give us the area on the southwest Florida coast where you think we're going to see landfall.
Yeah, it looks to me like right now, remember, those extreme winds are probably only about 5 miles wide, and that's what we're most concerned about. But to me, it looks like somewhere around Venice, within maybe 10 miles north of Venice in that general ballpark is where it's going to come ashore, and it's probably going to be around lunchtime, maybe 1 o'clock this afternoon.
All right, so again, 1 o'clock, approximate landfall. So, Venice, that puts us, right in southern Sarasota County. So you think that we're not going to see the Charlotte County landfall?
Well, it's going to be close. I'll be totally honest with you. I went home for 2 hours to check on my family. I'm on my way back in right now. I looked at the data from my computer at home, but I'm not sitting in front of the numbers as we speak. I'm actually driving right by the north side of the airport right now.
Yep.
So I'll be at work in about 5 minutes. At least on the 5 o'clock track, that's the area that it looks like. Remember, hurricane force winds extend 40 miles in either direction.
Yep.
So you're actually talking about an 80-mile spread east to west, or north to south, I guess, as you're looking up and down the coast. So hurricane force winds will extend into Manatee County. They'll get into southeastern Hillsborough County. I do not think Pinellas County will get sustained hurricane force winds. They will get gusts up that high. But the bulk of the wind, and boy, you're right, MJ, because as I said, the extreme winds are only about 5 miles wide. So it really does matter. I use Andrew as an example. I'm not going to compare the damage that Homestead had to what we're going to see with this. But at the end of the day, Andrew was a smaller storm and Homestead got obliterated in that small area, but you go 10 miles outside of that and you did not see anything close to that damage. So it really is going to boil down to the exact landfall spot and then just to the east of that. Now, fortunately for the Bay Area, much of the Bay Area, I should say, is that diagonal line of where the track will go. East of that line is where you will have tornadoes, not west. So that's why the tornado watch does not include Pinellas County, does not include the western half of Hillsborough County, does not include Pasco County, because that line and east of the line is where tornadoes develop. So at least for the western side of the track, and anybody who's seen the track this morning, and I'm sure pretty much most everybody has, if you look at that line, east is where the tornado possibilities are, not west.
All right, and then you expect potentially, dozens of tornadoes to pop up as it enters land and then crosses the state?
Yeah, I do. The same thing happened with Charlie. When we had Charlie, and again, this is Charlie 2.0. I think we said it yesterday. It might be a little more north of Punta Gorda because of that little wobble that we showed at 2 a.m., but the same type of track, right through Orlando. And I remember tracking about 8 straight tornadoes around Arcadia. It was just a line that just one after another. And yeah, I think in the eastern side of our viewing area and listening area, from Sarasota County, Hardee County, eastern Hillsborough County, all of Polk County, and then up toward Orlando, you're just going to see one tornado warning after another. But here's the thing, MJ. These tornadoes usually have winds of maybe 80, 85 miles an hour. The overwhelming majority are EF zeros. All right, that's rough. But when the sustained winds are over 100, you got to take it into consideration. People freak out about tornadoes, and I get it because you don't see them coming and they're scary. But honestly, the winds with this storm will be every bit as strong as a tornado that pops up. So I always tell people, I get it. They're scary, but you probably should need to concern yourself more with the actual winds of the storm than of a tornado that might be 40 feet wide.
Now, Dennis, in the immediate Tampa Bay area, you're still sticking with the potential for 10 to 15 inches of rain?
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be a little high overall. Here's why. Yesterday when we talked, remember the track was supposed to slow down and not stall out, but be much slower, hang out in the area for about a 36-hour period.
Yeah, that would increase the rainfall if it's just going slowly over us versus getting in and getting out.
That's it. That's the reason. So when you now have the storm, the reason that this storm is turning is because it's being picked up by a trough. There's an upper level system that's moving it into the area. And the thought was earlier on that trough would lift out and leave the storm sitting here and taking its time to get out. Now, and as of the 11 o'clock advisory last night, the Hurricane Center pretty much increased the speed dramatically, has it out of here by tomorrow, has it out of the state by later tomorrow. And that means that the rainfall totals will be less because it won't be here as long.
All right, what about the winds, though? I saw you last night, and you were talking about today in Hillsborough, winds about noon, 40 to 50 mile-an-hour gusts. Pinellas, 50 to 60. Tonight, 50 to 70 around the area. Are you still sticking with the winds, or since this thing is going a little bit further north before it cuts in, does that remain about the same? Or
It does.
Okay.
I think it does, because remember, hurricane force winds only extend 40 miles out. Pinellas is going to be in the low end of that, fortunately. Now, remember, along the coast, the winds will be higher. I don't want to get too sciencey here, but what happens is as the air travels over the water, there's less friction, so the wind doesn't slow down. But once the air travels over land, it will begin to weaken as it moves inland because of that friction. So when you get wind that comes in off the coast over the water, it's not going to slow down much. So I would think coastal areas in western Pinellas County, not on the bay side, on the Gulf side, are going to have more wind because they won't have that opportunity for the wind to slow down before it actually hits.
All right, Dennis, finally here, I know that you're probably at ABC Action News. And
I'm pulling into the parking lot right now.
I know you're pulling. I just kind of timed it because I knew you were at the airport. Now I know you're pretty close to where you were on Himes. So last thing here before I've got the Sheriff Chad Chronister on hold. We're going to the sheriff next. Give us the event timeline. So clearly we've got wind and rain and the varying bands right now. What is the beginning of the worst of it? When is the middle of the worst of it? And when can we see the backside of the worst of it?
Yeah. So again, the Hurricane Center has it moving into Lakeland area in the overnight hours around 2 a.m. So do the math. If you have a 40 mile stretch of wind from the center of circulation, and that moves in and I'm just doing this off the top of my head right now. Holy cow! There's not a place to park in this entire parking lot.
Wow. Yeah, how do you not have your own spot?
There's not a single place for me to park my car. I'm going to park outside. So that stinks. Anyway, so it's moving at about anyway, it'll be moving between about 10 and 15 miles an hour. So we can do the math. I mean, at this, I'm literally going to have to park on the very top of the parking lot. It's not even covered here. I'm going to get soaked. All right. So we have winds of 140 to 150 miles an hour as it comes in. Okay. So at that point, early afternoon, Sarasota County, Manatee County, we'll start to see these winds gusting up to 110 or 120 miles an hour. gusts may be a little higher in a few spots. The track is going to take it through southeastern Hillsborough County, okay? So with that being said, late afternoon, early evening, we're going to have winds of probably 80 to 100 miles an hour in southeastern and even around Tampa itself. I think Tampa will see winds gusting between maybe 70 and 85. Again, not sustained, gusts, because the wind field is a little bit smaller than maybe a super large hurricane. And then I think ultimately Polk County will see some of the brunt of this as we go into the overnight hours. I think it's going to be a terrible night in Polk County because it hits late evening right on through the overnight hours from Lakeland over to Lake Wales back to Davenport. So areas of Polk County, unfortunately, are pretty much going to see the bulk of this as it continues to move northwest.
All right. And then, Dennis, totally clear. When are we totally clear?
Yeah, by tomorrow morning, Polk County will be on the backside of it, and I would think by mid to late morning, it'll be more over in Orlando. And remember, we'll get tropical storm force winds. They extend 200 miles, 150 miles out. So we aren't going to actually be clear of tropical storm force winds until it exits, and that would be late tomorrow, all right? Because the winds will be lower, granted, because the storm's weakening. But if they extend 150 miles out on either direction, that's pretty much the width of Florida. So the bottom line is those tropical storm force winds are going to kick in later this morning into the afternoon, and they're not going to stop until late tomorrow in the day, ending from west to east as it moves.
Dennis Phillips, chief meteorologist at ABC Action News. Dennis, thanks again, and you got a long day ahead of you. I'm sure we'll probably talk to you hopefully later on today or a member of your team. We appreciate the time that you give us.
It's my pleasure. Everybody stay safe. And again, from Sarasota County, I mean, I'm just devastated about the kind of damage that I'm afraid folks in the southern counties are going to see. And at this point, I mean, there might be an hour where they can still get out before the worst of it comes. But I have relatives in Nokomis, and they just sent me a video that it's really starting to crank. And the people in Polk County, again, the expression, hide from the wind, run from the water. I strongly suggest if you have an opportunity, if you're in a mobile home, this is the last message I want to give. For folks in Polk County in a mobile home, you do not want to ride this storm out in a mobile home. You do not want to. You want to go to a shelter or you want to go to a structure that has some reinforcement, because a mobile home will not take the winds that they're going to see in Polk County. And lastly, generators. Remember, generators, do not use them inside. Do not put them in a garage. Tragically, every single storm we hear about people who die of carbon monoxide poisoning because they did not have room for their generator outside. So please remember that as well.
Dennis Phillips, ABC Action News meteorologist. Dennis, stay safe. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Sheriff Chronister on hotline number 2. Sheriff, thanks for being patient. We just had Dennis Phillips on, as you heard. Welcome back, Sheriff Chronister.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, rule number 1, during a hurricane, you always take care of the weatherman. Who would ever make sure that he doesn't stay in a dry area?
Yeah, Sheriff, it's funny you say that because listeners, viewers of Dennis Phillips has Instacarted him more diet soda. I guess he made a comment online that he was running low on Diet Dr. Pepper, and he has like dozens and dozens of cases of diet soda.
That got Instacarted to Channel 28?
Yeah, sent straight to the station. So.
Sheriff Chronister, the Hillsborough County Sheriff, on live with us on the MJ Morning Show right now. And Sheriff, you just heard Dennis Phillips say that in southeastern Hillsborough County, he thinks that we could have wind gusts from 80 to 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, listen, and we spoke about it before, and it's my largest concern is the flooding. The Alafia River's already full. Our lakes are already full. Our ground is already saturated. So now you give us those high winds, you give us 2 feet of water, and you're going to start seeing trees fall down, blocking roadways, causing a lot of damage, and forcing us to lose even more power than we normally would. So we might have got a more favorable forecast than we were talking about the last couple of days. but it's going to get nasty here. It's going to get uncomfortable.
Right. I mean, people should not drop the guard. Now, as far as worst case scenario of this hurricane either hitting right off the coast of Pinellas County or driving right up Tampa Bay and bringing unconscionable storm surge, that is not going to happen. In fact, Sheriff, I just got a photo moments ago before you came on. I got a photo from a TPD officer friend of mine, and he's on the Courtney Campbell right now, right at the boat ramp, and he says that you can see the water is starting to recede a bit. So we're going to have potentially this phenomenon, this dynamic, where just like Irma, the water gets sucked out of the bay. It could have been a whole lot worse if we took a direct hit or a near hit where the circulation pushed all the water into the bay, and that would give us the devastating storm surge. That is not going to happen. But wind and rain, this is going to be a significant event, and I know that your department is gearing up. Sheriff, when do you take your deputies off the road? We had Sheriff Gualtieri on about an hour ago, and Sheriff Gualtieri from Pinellas, he told us that he gets his deputies off the road when winds are about 50 to 55 miles an hour.
Yeah, same thing here. That's common practice. So around 50 miles per hour, and it also depends on the emergency. So we'll play it by ear, but and last time in Irma, and I don't know if I shared this story with you, we had an elderly female that was oxygen dependent, and she didn't heed the warning. She didn't go to a special needs shelter, and the sustained winds were higher. EMS said, hey, listen, with our high-profile vehicles, we can't go. The deputies looked at me. I looked at them. I said, I'm not going to stop you from going. They zipped out there. They grabbed her. They put her in the car. They rushed her because being oxygen dependent, when she lost electricity, she didn't have her machine. And unfortunately, as great a job as the deputies did in their response, she still lost her life.
Oh.
Yeah.
And there's nothing more saddening to first responders when someone calls for help and we can't go. And that's why it's so important to evacuate and go to special needs shelters. And same thing in Hillsborough County. It's been great. Some of our assisted living facilities have relocated to some of our shelters and they're full. Almost 7,000 people have taken advantage between special needs and some of the other shelters. And to watch how this community came together and prepared, either evacuated, either got those supplies they needed, sandbags, went to shelters. I've never seen a response like this in 30 years. I couldn't be more proud.
Sheriff Chronister, you guys have gone to full 12-hour A and B shifts for everybody, correct?
That's correct. So, and we'll hold people over as needed, but knowing that, and we keep tweaking it as we go, knowing now that this storm's going to really get worse through the night, we may hold people over in the morning, depending on the damage. We'll wait to get some assessment reports in the morning, so some may have to stay at the stations and go out because that's when the heavy lift this next phase is search and rescue. Our cut teams will go out. We'll help open up roadways. We'll help Chico and Tampa Electric cut off some of the trees. We'll go help people at their homes. So this search and rescue, all our high water and marine assets are tucked underneath. Thank you to the Buccaneer family, are tucked underneath Tampa Stadium. Our aviation units over at Lakeland at the National Hurricane.
Oh, yeah, and that's what I was going to ask you. So when we had the hurricane headed more toward the Tampa Bay area, you moved your 4 helicopters over to Lakeland. Now that Lakeland could be, more in the line, or with this storm with Hurricane Ian heading toward the center of the state, are you going to leave the helicopters in Lakeland?
We will, because of the high rating of that shelter, the hangar.
Right.
They're safe there regardless. That's a great question. But, yes, we'll keep them there. The marine, high water assets, john boats, everything else, they're all safely stored. So when this storm does subside tomorrow mid-morning, then, like I say, we'll go into the next phase of this hurricane plan. Have
there been any traffic issues? Have there been any law enforcement issues of note? You always wonder, areas that evacuate, are any opportunists going to take advantage, try to break into homes? Have there been any law enforcement issues, or have you been happy with the way the people of Hillsborough County have behaved so far?
Another great question. Yes, we've had no reports of any type of looting or burglaries in some of the evacuated zones. The roadways are extremely sparse. I've been out since before 5 a.m., and people are heeding the warning. That window to evacuate, that window to try to get any items you may need, That window's closed. It's time to hunker down now and stay safe.
All right, Sheriff Chad Chronister. Sheriff, thanks again for your time, and the best to all of the people in your agency, all of the sworn deputies, as well as all of the support personnel. And you guys stay safe, and thanks for keeping the people of my county, Hillsborough, safe.
Thank you, MJ. Can't thank you enough for help with all the messaging. That certainly helps us keep our residents safe. And all these hurricane plans we have and all the partners that we work with, it's all about public safety and preservation of life, and it's working. So thank you.
Sheriff, we'll talk to you soon. Stay safe.
You too.
All right, Sheriff Chad Chronister, who has been on the road, he says, out in Hillsborough County. He himself has been out. We can tell you, he was like calling you on a cell phone, and he's been out since before 5 a.m. Obviously, he's out there with his deputies.
Yeah.
And again, I have a lot of friends. I've got a lot of friends from, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and I've heard from a bunch of them about, going to a 12-hour all on. So all people that were off or days off, everyone's been called in to assist on these 12-hour A shift, B shift. And that's typically how they run. They run 12-hour shifts. But everyone has been called in, and you might have holdovers where folks from, A shift stay and B shift stay, depending on the need. All right, we have Tico standing by, and Andrew, it's Sherry. Very good. We know the name. Sherry Jacobs is on the line now from Tico, Tampa Electric. Sherry, welcome to the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hi, happy to be here.
Sherry, now, one of the big headlines, and I got all kinds of calls and texts yesterday. I don't live on Davis Islands. I'm a Tico customer over in South Tampa on the beach park side of things. But I had all kinds of texts and phone calls. Hey, what are you hearing? Do you have any information? The news had come out yesterday that Tico might preemptively cut off power to Harbor Island, Davis Islands, minus Tampa General Hospital and parts of downtown. But it looks like you guys have announced that that's not going to happen.
That is correct. So one bit of good news here, right? So we were considering that based on storm surge. Now, this was to avoid serious damage to some key equipment that is underground that serves those areas. And when we saw that storm surge situation diminish because of the change in track, we were able to breathe that sigh of relief and say, you know what, we don't need to do this. And of course, it's a dynamic storm. If things change, we will, of course, keep an eye on the weather. But for now, yeah, good news. We did not need to do those targeted interruptions.
Oh, yeah, because folks were panicking. It's like, well, first of all, if the storm was headed this way, those areas, Davis Islands, Harbor Islands, those people should have been fully evacuated and out of there anyway. But with the storm tracking differently, people were wondering, is the power still going to be cut off? And, of course, now that has been rescinded. It's not going to happen. There's not. Now, what is it about the underground lines? Are most of the transmission lines on Davis Islands and Harbor Island underground?
So the equipment that serves Davis Island and Harbor Island. So like our downtown network is underground, and there's certain key equipment that was susceptible to the storm surge.
Fully understand. All right, what about Tico customers now? And, granted, we just have gusts of wind, nothing major right now. We've had, plenty of rain starting last night. And I'm in Pinellas County right now. I live in South Tampa. We're in Pinellas County. Our studios are at 4th and Gandy in that area. And, I'm seeing, the wind is picking up. We've had pretty steady rain all morning long. Have there been any Tico outages thus far?
We are seeing a few scattered outages across our territory. But, as you said, the weather is just starting. So rest assured, we are ready for this storm. We have, in addition to our regular complement of crews, we have 3,000 workers from other utilities who are joining us to help restore power after the storm passes. They are coming from a dozen states as far away as Oklahoma and Texas and Indiana. Yeah, so some of them started arriving yesterday, and the rest we are expecting to arrive today, and they will be chomping at the bit to help us get that power back on as soon as it's safe to work.
Right. What number did you say?
We have 3,000 folks coming.
Oh, all right. So, yeah, that's what. So for Tico, Tico is going to have 3,000 because the governor was on. We had the governor on at about 7:30 this morning, and Governor DeSantis said that in total about 30,000 linemen are coming or staged and ready to help the state of Florida. So from all of these surrounding states, and you said even Oklahoma, far away, we've got apparently for the whole state about 30,000 linemen. And you're saying Tico, 3,000 alone just for Tico. I mean, that's a pretty significant number.
Right. So we are part of the Southeastern Electric Exchange, and that is a network of utilities, and we pledge to support each other during hurricanes or other emergencies. And, you know, we've had plenty of times where we have sent our folks to other states to help with winter storms and hurricanes. And this time it's our turn to ask for help. And it is like the cavalry is coming. When these folks, you see them on the highway, you know the power is going to get on much faster thanks to their help.
Yeah, that's the reciprocity, that we can count on them to help us out. They can count on us to help them out. So it's certainly a great brotherhood and reciprocity agreement with these power companies around the country. Sherry, anything else that we didn't touch on that you think is important for our listeners to hear from you?
Well, just as a little ahead of time, because I know the storm hasn't come through yet, but in the next few days, I want the most important safety thing for folks to know about is if you see a line down, assume that it is a power line and assume that it is energized and call 911. It is an emergency. And we will come take care of that. But tell your neighbors, tell anyone nearby to stay away from it.
Yeah, so, I mean, the rule is if any power line is down, assume that line is hot.
Yes. Exactly. We don't want anyone to be confused by that. It is our number one safety concern after a storm like this.
Sherry, do me a favor. I'm going to put you on hold. If you could leave your cell number off air with our producer, would you mind?
Sure.
All right, hang on a sec. Sherry Jacobs with the Public Affairs Department over at Tico Tampa Electric. Sherry, thank you so much. Andrew, if you could grab Sherry's cell number so we have that handy. I just want to make sure that I have the right one over here. All right, phones are still loaded here. And we have a lot of people that have been holding on. You know what? Let's go right to phones. Let's grab a couple of calls, then we'll take a quick break, then we'll take some more calls on the other side. Fester, did you have something?
No, but to her point, I sent my wife and kids out of town. They were traveling up I-75 through Georgia yesterday, and my wife said miles and miles of electric trucks
coming this way,
rolling into Florida.
All right. So your wife, Allison, heading north. Yep. They're seeing all the electric trucks coming, all the linemen and all the bucket trucks and all of the power
kids
company.
were counting the trucks going the other direction. They were into the hundreds.
Wow. All right. So you sent your family to South Carolina.
Yeah.
And Froggy, what's going on with your two kids? And Kim, what are you guys doing?
We're at my parents' house, and they're in a non-evacuation zone. So we're there.
But they all have COVID, though, right?
No,
I'm
stop
kidding.
it.
I'm kidding.
See, I wasn't worried about flooding. I was worried about having to listen to my miserable kids bellyache during a power outage for 5 days.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, if we're going to be with no power for a week or 10 days, when I thought
Daddy, where's Peppa Pig?
Oh, my gosh, shut up, kid. So I'm like, let me just send you as far away as I can, come back when everything's fine, which, thankfully for my area, is going to be sooner than I thought a couple days ago.
Let me grab a couple of calls here because we've had some folks holding for a very, very long time. Nick is in Clearwater. Nick, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hey, good morning to you guys. Appreciate all the information you're giving us.
Listen, it's the least we can do. When it comes down to being a broadcaster, sure, 95% of the time it's all fun and games over here. But when it's time to get serious, the Tampa Bay market can count on the MJ Morning Show to get serious and help you with whatever you need. Go ahead, Nick. What's up?
Well, I was going to say they were talking price gouging and stuff, and I've actually flown on several hurricanes. I was Coast Guard, Marine Corps, and I did search and rescue. But we had a situation where a guy who lived out of the area decided he was going to try to help out. He had a hardware store, so he went out and he bought, a bunch of generators down, water, saws, things like that, to help out people, and a bunch of ice. Now, he had to rent a truck, take his time off from work, drive all the way down, and set it up. And FEMA told him he couldn't sell it because he was price gouging, but he wasn't even making his cost. And we watched the trailer full of ice melt because they wouldn't let him move it. So you got to ask, what's price gouging? What's somebody coming down to help out?
Well, let me ask you a question, Nick. What was he trying to sell the ice bags for? How much?
I think they were like $4 or $5.
And that's price gouging? Come on, a bag of ice is what? What is a what does a 10-pound bag of ice cost?
So a bag of maybe $2, $2.50 bucks.
But he had food he had to buy. He rented a truck.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that is, and nobody at FEMA could understand that reasoning that it wasn't price gouging.
We're talking FEMA, remember?
Yeah, I guess we are. Hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
No problem, guys. Keep up the good work, keeping us informed. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Emily's in Tampa. Emily, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Emily. What do you see?
Well, I just did a overnight in the Brandon area, securing a construction site so that things didn't go flying all over the place. And we had pretty much a constant drizzle, but very low wind.
Well, guess what? I'm glad you secured your construction site because that is going to change.
It got really hairy when we left, and I feel real bad because I've got a team of 4 that's still there, and I'm getting ready to go back out. I had to come home, drop my husband off for a storm deployment, secure the rest of our house, and I'm about to go back out there and try to help them batten down the hatches as best they can.
Stay safe. Thanks for buzzing in, Emily, and we'll talk to you on the other side. All right, 800-990-1047. That's how you get in. If you're anywhere in the Tampa Bay area, observations, any stories that you have, are you on the road right now? Give us some reports if you're on the road. Because if you're on the road, there's got to be a reason why you're on the road. So 800-990-1047 gets you in. 800-990-1047. Questions, comments, observations, anything that you've seen that you want to share with us, that's how you do it. 800-990-1047 gets you in on the phone to the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. Let's try to get Grady Judd on, the sheriff of Polk County, because we had Dennis Phillips on about half an hour ago, and Dennis is like, hey, Polk County is going to have some pretty significant effects as this crosses the state. All right, we'll try to get the Sheriff Grady Judd on in just a bit. Back in a minute. Let's check traffic with Pat, and then we're back in minutes on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hang on.
Well, not only
right, 9:32. You got the MJ Morning Show. We got full coverage here on the program. Hurricane Ian, which has strengthened dramatically. We've already had Sheriff Gualtieri on from Pinellas County. We had Chad Chronister on, Sheriff of Hillsborough County. And I wanted to get Sheriff Grady Judd on, and I just called Grady, picked right up. Sheriff Grady Judd, welcome back to the MJ Morning Show.
MJ, it's good to talk to you today.
All right, Sheriff, I wanted to get you on because we know that Polk County, for whatever reason, is a magnet. It seems like that Polk County is the crossroads of Florida when it comes to hurricane activity. And we just had Dennis Phillips on, the chief meteorologist from ABC Action News, and he said that, yeah, Polk County is going to have some serious effects in the late night and overnight hours tonight.
Absolutely. Do you know that we are more experienced at dealing with hurricanes than we ever wanted to be? And this is going to be a serious blow with a lot of water. Now, what's important about that is the Peace River has already been over flood stage for several weeks. We've had an inordinate amount of water in this county. In fact, prior to all of this storm, if you rode through, all of the retention ponds totally full and running over. The lakes that have the docks underwater. We were already totally saturated. This is going to be devastating for us. Now, it's going to be catastrophic when it comes in for the southwest coast. I don't want to underscore or forget to underscore that. But if people in Polk County think, it's going to slow down, it's only going to be a Cat 1. There's going to be 90-plus mile-an-hour winds all the way up to 100 for an extended period of time. There's going to be a significant amount of water, and we have told folks, if you're in the low-lying area, you must leave. Otherwise, don't get scared in the middle of the storm and call and think we're going to come evacuate you.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I mean, Dennis Phillips said, you just said, you in Polk County, you're going to have gusts up to 100 miles an hour, and you can't risk your deputies and, emergency services can't get out there in 100-mile-an-hour winds.
That's correct. What we're going to do here is we're going to respond to true emergencies. But being scared and being watered in to your house is not a true emergency. We as soon as it gets too much wind for the ambulances, we're pairing up with the paramedics. We're going to take them in our high water vehicles and in our cars. We're going to provide emergency services during the storm, even in the height of the hurricane. But we tell everyone, you're basically on your own if you don't evacuate. Our shelters have like a 98, 99% emptiness right now. That's right. Only 1 or 2% of our shelters are occupied. So there's more than enough room for folks to get away from the storm. We just need their help and cooperation. And then when it's over with, then Floridians are going to do what Floridians do. If you don't need help, then give help, because there's going to be a lot of damage all over the state of Florida, starting with the horrible, catastrophic damage where it makes landfall all the way up through the center of Polk County. But we are scheduled to get the eye of the hurricane once again right through the county.
Sheriff, let's talk about manufactured homes and mobile homes. There are quite a number of them in Polk County. People in those homes should not be in those homes.
Well, the good news is the newer manufactured homes are rated for significant strength during these hurricanes, 140, 160 miles an hour. The older ones, not so much.
Right.
So it really depends on the age of your manufactured or your mobile home. But I can tell you that a lot of our mobile homes are in low-lying areas, in flood zones. This is not only going to be a horrific wind event, it's going to be even a bigger water event. So that's why we can't emphasize it enough. Some people wait to the last moment. Some people say, I'm going to ride it out. Well, I got 2 words for them. Good luck.
I just don't want to see people that could have evacuated, that people that could have left, they could have evacuated the area, and then to get in a life-threatening situation. I don't think people have an idea of what is the rain potential. We're hearing 10 to 15 inches potentially. Some areas a lot less, some areas a lot more. You know, the one thing is the storm is going to be moving at a faster clip, so it'll get out a little faster than some of the earlier projections, which would have dumped even more rain. But if you're in an evacuation area, if you're in a low-lying area, and again, you have these flood-prone areas all over the state of Florida, and in your county, in Polk County, people should know the areas that flood in a typical thunderstorm. What's going to happen if we get 10 or 15 inches of rain, Sheriff?
MJ, you're exactly right. What they're going to do is look outside and see that they've got water even lapping in their mobile home that's 3 or 4 feet off the ground. They're going to have water inside of their car, and they're going to see a ridiculous mess, because I can't overemphasize it enough. If you'd have driven through this county last week, you'd have seen every retention pond full. You would have seen the lakes full. You would have seen docks underwater last week. Now you add this hurricane with this rain that started last night here. I mean, we're into probably 12 or 14 hours of rain already, and the big blow is not even here yet. The big rain's not even here yet. It's going to be devastation. And it's going to be a real problem. And I underscore once again, don't get scared at 2 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the hurricane and dial 911 and think we're going to come get you out of your home. We're not. We can't. We're on a mission to do emergency services for people who are in imminent threat of death, i.e. heart attacks, people who get into a drowning event. So the thing is, we're not doing evacuations just to get you out of the water. You're just going to have to deal with it yourself if you choose to ignore our request for you to leave. We don't want to be harsh. It's just factual. We just want you to be prepared for the worst case scenario should you choose not to leave the area.
As Dennis Phillips said, the ABC Action News meteorologist Dennis Phillips, he said a short time ago that Polk County is going to get the brunt. That was the word he used. In our area, he said that your county, Sheriff, Polk County is going to get the, quote, brunt of the storm activity in the overnight hours.
Absolutely. That is the information that's been provided to us on our internal weather reports as well. This is going to be a rugged storm all night long. It's going to be a dangerous storm here all night long, in addition to the devastation it's going to create throughout the rest of the state. And the good news is we have gotten a lot of cooperation from the people in Polk County. We've got people who are prepared. Most of this county has been through storms before. But, for example, in the last 2 years, we've had 58,000 new people move into this county.
Yeah.
That's 58,000 people that primarily came from out of state and have never experienced a hurricane. Well, they're about to.
Yeah, the population
that it's dangerous.
The population of Polk County has just exploded over the last couple of years since Irma. And Sheriff, how many lakes are in Polk County? Is it like 3,000 lakes?
There's 550 lakes.
Okay.
in Polk County. There's and it goes from massive lakes to small lakes. There's 750,000 people, 750,000 people in this county. And a lot of them live in low-lying areas because it's beautiful out in the countryside. We have beautiful countryside here. But some of that countryside gets wet. And it's not just going to get squishy under your feet right now. It's going to get wet. There's going to be anywhere from inches to feet of water where before you may have only noticed it squishy under your feet. It's going to be squishy under your armpits this time.
Sheriff Grady Judd, Polk County Sheriff. Grady, thank you for joining us again, and we appreciate your accessibility and getting the word out to your residents in Polk County.
All right, MJ, be safe, and we need prayers for everyone that's in the harm's way of the storm. Take care.
All right, and your deputies are on, 12-hour continuous shifts right now?
Yes, sir, they are. And
you've called what? Everyone's been called in, right?
We canceled all leave time, and everyone that's not working is actively on call for their normal shift rotation, and we've folded our detectives and our support staff in as well, because we have shelters to watch. We have push teams to keep the roads open. So while everyone's hunkered down, we're going to be out working.
When you say push team, is that to move debris?
Yes. We've got push teams where we work with the county so that we can keep roads open so we can get emergency services. Our goal is to protect people, to keep them safe, and we're going to do that. That's what we do here. That's what our deputies do best. Our deputies will put their life on the line tonight to take care of those that are suffering from a true emergency.
Sheriff Grady Judd, thanks for coming on the MJ Morning Show. We'll talk soon. Stay safe.
Yes, sir. Take care.
Bye-bye. All right, there we go. All right, let me grab a quick break here. We're working on getting ABC Action News back on. One of the meteorologists over at ABC Action News, we hope to have them on in a moment. We'll grab more of your phone calls coming up. We'll give you the latest tracking on Ian. The entire Tampa Bay area, we are going to have effects, but the worst case scenario for us has been avoided. Still waiting to see where this hurricane is going to come on shore. It seems to be rolling a little further north as far as it coming on shore than where it had been projected, maybe around Fort Myers or Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda. Now Dennis Phillips said a little while ago could be Venice, where the eye actually comes on shore, but it's so vast and so wide that you can't just focus just on the eye. You got to look at the whole cone and look at the width, the breadth of this storm. All right, more full coverage in a couple of minutes. Quick break. We're back in minutes here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105 with our full coverage of Hurricane Ian. Back in a second. exactly.
No, not
exactly. Hey, we probably should have pulled that out.
We would be going commercial free if the weather were cooperating.
Yeah, we're not going commercial. I'm on my cell phone right now, and I want to restart a message. I just got a message from People's Gas. So hang on. Let me hit 1 and start this from the beginning.
This is an important message from Hello. This is an important message from People's Gas. We are prepared for Hurricane Ian and here for you. In the event of evacuation, do not turn off natural gas service at your meter. You can turn it off at the appliance valve if you feel it's necessary.
Okay.
If at any time you smell natural gas or see a broken gas line, move to safety, call 911, and then call us at 877-832-6747. Stay safe and visit peoplesgas.com/storm safety for more information. Thank you. To repeat this message, please press 1.
Yeah, why not?
Hello. This is an
No, that's
All
enough.
right, so hold on. You can press 1
all day long.
and it just says hello.
I think so. Yeah. I just hung up on it. During the commercial break, my cell phone rang, and I could see that the caller ID was saying People's Gas, and I'm a People's Gas customer, Tico People's Gas in South Tampa. So obviously they have my cell phone number on the account. So I'm getting the automated phone call. And that came in during the commercial break. I'm like, hey, let me keep pushing 1. So I kept pushing 1 during the commercial break so I could have it ready to go when we came out of the commercial break. You got the MJ Morning Show on Q105. We're going to go a little long today with our hurricane coverage. Again, your phone calls. What do you have to share with us? Any comments? Any questions? We'd love to get observations weather-wise. Where are you? Do we have listeners that are listening now in Sarasota? Typically, we've got a lot of listeners listening down in Sarasota. I don't know how many are listening now, but if you're in Sarasota, or what is the furthest south that you are listening to the MJ Morning Show? Wherever you are in the Tampa Bay area, again, questions, comments, if you have any observations, any tips, anything you want to share with us. And again, there are all kinds of angles as we have all kinds of listeners. 800-990-1047 gets you in. That is the number directly into the MJ Morning Show. You just call 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. So Andrew will grab some calls, screen some phone calls. Again, wherever you are, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Manatee, Sarasota, how far south are you listening? Are you on I-75 southbound or northbound? Hopefully you're not southbound. Get the hell
around.
Yeah, get the hell out of the Lee County and Charlotte and Sarasota County areas if you're on the road. But if you're on the road right now, anywhere in the Tampa Bay area, give us a report. Obviously, Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed down a couple of hours ago now. So what road reports can you give us? Where are you? What is going on in your area, rain-wise, wind-wise? I mean, as I'm looking out the window here, things have been steadily picking up here in Pinellas County, in St. Pete, right around 4th Street and Gandy.
All right, so we're not exactly looking for a call from Inverness and Citrus County saying it's a little gusty out.
Yeah,
or we're not. We're looking for southern listeners.
Right. I would concur.
Okay.
I would agree with that. Yeah, Rox.
I'm learning now. I think I've heard of this before, but I didn't know the details. Have you guys heard of the Waffle House Index?
Yes, we have.
So
what? You have? I haven't.
The Waffle House Index?
Yeah, the Waffle House
Come
Index.
on. Yeah, when it comes to natural disasters, the Waffle House Index, this has been known for quite some time.
Okay, because the Waffle House doesn't close?
Right. So if the Waffle House closes, then do you have the scale?
I do have the scale.
Share the Waffle House Index.
This is a real thing. It came about during Hurricane Charlie back in 2004.
Yep.
It was the guy who was the Florida Emergency Management Director at the time. He came up with this. And so there are 3 levels. Green, if there's a full menu at Waffle House, the restaurant sustained little or no damage and has full power. Yellow, a limited menu, and the restaurant is running out of food or has limited power. And red, a completely closed Waffle House. That means you need to get out of town because they are just known for staying open as long as possible. So they gauge this Waffle House Index on if they are closed and then how quickly they open after the storm.
I tell you what, I've got the phone number I just brought up for the Waffle House on West Shore.
Yeah, that's what we need to do.
That one's going to be open.
And 275. Let's give it a whirl. Hold on a minute. Let's call the Waffle House.
Test this theory.
What exactly?
No, if you want to test a theory, call the Waffle House in Naples.
Well, hang on a minute. We'll do that in a second. So,
all right,
this is the Waffle House on West Shore.
So,
all right, Fester, pick up line 6 and see if they're open and see if they'll talk to us quickly. Just tell them it's the MJ Morning Show and we're trying the Waffle House Index. All right, it's ringing.
It's up to 5 rings.
Yeah, Fester's on the handset right now trying to see if the Waffle House picks up.
Uh-oh.
Wait a sec.
Hey, Flo, is Alice there? No, I'm kidding. Nobody's answered.
no.
Nobody answered.
You stop it.
That's like the most insulting thing you can say. Listen, I'm up to 10 rings and nobody's answering.
No one's answering at the Waffle House? Wow. That's
disconcerting.
Hold on. Well, listen.
It eventually went to a voicemail that said, "Thank you for calling the Waffle House," and then it talked about how to order online.
All right, now, in the city of Tampa, where that is, while we're not expecting anything major, I don't think that could actually be is that an A zone or a B zone over there by West Shore and 275?
It's 200 yards from the bay when you think about it. It's right past the mall on the same road. So what's a limited menu at the Waffle House? You can only get your hash browns smothered and covered, not chunked, diced, peppered, capped.
Good question.
Now I'm hungry.
Boy, I tell you, man, Waffle House is the best on nights like tonight.
I'm just getting a text now from Shay Ryan from ABC Action News.
Oh, does she know about the Waffle House?
Well, we'll ask her.
Ask her, yeah.
So Shay Ryan just texted me. I've got an opening right now, and I said, call now. So we're waiting for Shay Ryan to phone in, and there it is. There's the hotline ringing. Shay Ryan, meteorologist, ABC Action News. Shay, welcome back to the MJ Morning Show.
Yeah, good morning to you, MJ. How you doing?
Well, we had Dennis on for quite a chunk of time at about 8:45 or so, and we were shocked to find out that. Yeah, we were shocked to find out that he didn't have a dedicated parking spot, and he had to park like all the way up on the roof on the parking garage.
I believe it. Yeah, because all hands are on deck right now. We have everybody in the station. Everybody is an essential worker during a time like this. So yes. But we get breaks at times, as you know, to shower, take a nap, that kind of thing. So we're in pretty heavy rotation right now.
All right, let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the track right now, the wind speed, the track of Hurricane Ian. And again, I'm looking at radar as we are speaking. And earlier we were talking about that jog, how it was headed north, then it jogged northwest, then it straightened up a bit, and then it took another jog. And now it looks like it might be straightening up just a tad again?
Yeah, I would say that the wobble continues. So, this is happening in real time where it's just constantly wobbling back and forth.
Yeah, because we're at a point now, Shay, where all of our radars are able to pick up the storm, the eye.
Oh, yeah.
We're not relying on reconnaissance aircraft, obviously. We're relying on that for wind speed and other dynamics, but we're able to watch this hurricane move now in real radar time.
Oh, absolutely. And, as you're looking at it right now, the eye is becoming a little bit larger. It went from about 30 miles to 40 miles within the last couple of hours is in width. So again, we are looking at a lot of changes, intensification of the storm, but the intensification happened a little earlier. Now it's remaining a little more steady just in the last hour or so. And it just goes through cycles. And so that's what we'll continue to see as we're watching it attempting to make landfall here.
All right, Shay, we're looking at the maximum sustained winds. Are we still sticking with the last update was 8 a.m. from the National Hurricane Center from reconnaissance aircraft? We're still looking at maximum sustained winds of 155 miles an hour?
Yes, we are still at 155. I was just looking. They have a 9 a.m. Yeah, no, the last update that we got was actually at 9 a.m., and the minimum pressure has come up just a little bit, which means that it is stabilizing. The pressure is not still dropping. If the pressure were still dropping, we would be more likely to see higher wind speeds. But our next track update and the full update will come in at 11 o'clock. So we may see some differences there. They're processing data on a regular basis. But at this point, I would say, we're not expecting any massive changes with the storm as it's approaching, because we're at that tail end where it's going to be making landfall here within the next couple of hours.
All right, let's talk landfall. What is right now the best guess? And I know, listen, this is a large system. The effects are going to reach out miles and miles. The whole state's going to be covered essentially with some effects. But as far as everyone wants that pinpoint, everyone wants that dot of, where the eye wall will actually make entry. What is the best guess now on where that eye wall is going to enter land?
I would say it's right around Venice Beach, or right around Venice. So south of Sarasota, just north of Fort Myers.
And by the way, I've been to Venice Beach out in Los Angeles quite a bit. So
right, I know.
I knew exactly. I used to live in L.A., so I know Venice Beach very well.
Right.
And that's where Muscle Beach is, by the way.
Yes, I've been there many times as well.
Yeah. So pack up all of your weights because you don't want them to get carried away in the storm.
Is it that northerly jog that we saw that has made potentially Venice in southern Sarasota County the target? Because it was seemingly headed more toward North Fort Myers or, Charlotte Harbor, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte.
Yeah, but it really isn't that far off from that area. I mean, we're talking about maybe a 10 to 15 mile difference. But that was the point that we've been talking about earlier, is because of the angle of the state of Florida, very small changes in the trajectory of the storm will result in larger distances along the coast for landfall. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, absolutely.
So it can be just a tiny
nudge,
nudge in one direction or another, and now we're like 10 miles up the coast or 10 miles down the coast as a result of that. One of the things that I wanted to mention that we were talking about, I don't know if you talked about this with Dennis when he was on his way in or not, but because it was kind of happening at the same time that he was driving in, but you and I had spoken earlier about the possibility of the water draining from the bay, and we have had a partial draining.
Yeah, I have gotten reports. So I've heard from numerous people, Shay, that we are seeing some of the draining from the bay. So we have gotten reports. I even got a picture from a TPD officer that I know who was on the Courtney Campbell about an hour ago at the boat ramp and said that it's not dramatic up on the far end of Tampa Bay, but he said that he can see that the water is receding, at least at the Courtney Campbell boat ramp.
Right, and we have a reporter there, Larissa Scott, who is right on Bayshore, and she. So we've got some pictures. I don't know if she's posted them. I took video of her on air and posted that and some pictures on Instagram and Facebook, and I believe Greg D did as well. So they're out there. They'll get spread around, and it is cool to see it again. I mean, it's an interesting phenomenon that now we've seen twice in recent years. It's not quite as dramatic as what we saw with Irma, though. It's just a partial.
All right, let's take a moment here. For the immediate Tampa Bay area, for Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, for Polk County, Manatee, Sarasota, up toward Pasco and Hernando, where, those northern counties are going to see less of an impact. But let's talk about the dynamics of the timeline and when our different areas, different counties are going to see the worst of the storm.
So the worst of the storm will be this afternoon to evening, I would say, as far as the wind speeds in our southern counties. So anything south of Tampa Bay, which does include southeastern Hillsborough County, you're going to have your strongest winds and heaviest rain through tonight. So depending on how much this storm actually slows down, will determine when it starts to let up. But I would say we are going to have a long duration, possibly 12, 16, 18 hours, where those winds are pretty strong at that tropical storm force. And we're already seeing tropical storm force winds beginning right around Tampa Bay. So in the Pinellas, Hillsborough County, we have been seeing it for a bit in Manatee and Sarasota counties. So Naples, I believe, had sustained winds around 70 miles per hour, or was that gusts? I was looking at a lot of numbers. But
Yep,
we have
understood.
we have seen gusts and sustained winds well into the tropical storm force level already, and we'll continue to see that develop farther north and across Polk County throughout the afternoon and evening, and it'll stick around, like I said, through the night, and then we'll start to see some improvement tomorrow with the winds. I think it's going to be the rain that'll stick around as well, and we are still looking at those higher totals in the above a foot in a swath. It looks like it's going to be right along the northern part of the eye wall. So we're talking Sarasota County, a part of Manatee County, especially inland Manatee County, which is good in a sense because it's less populated. However, we also have the Mayaca River there. So that can contribute to, potential for flooding in that area, downstream. So we'll have to watch that very closely. But as it moves across Polk County, it looks like right along the I-4 corridor and farther and just to the south, there may be another area there where you're getting somewhere between 10 to 15 inches of rain.
Yeah, we were speaking to Dennis earlier, Shay. Folks, we're on with Shay Ryan, meteorologist at ABC Action News, our television weather partner here on Q105 WRBQ HD1 Tampa. And Dennis was telling us that Polk County is really going to get the brunt of this storm as far as the inland areas. Sometime in the overnight hours, we had Grady Judd, the sheriff, on just a little while ago, and they know it and they're prepared.
Yeah, and I think that's the great thing about what has happened with this storm is that we have seen people preparing, people getting ready for the storm. And so even though the path has shifted, I think and I'm hoping that, preparations were taken widespread enough. And it seems like that's the case. Certainly our officials have.
So, Shay, earlier we were talking about the storm making a northern jog entering around Venice. Yep. Does that change the track more westerly as it crosses the state?
No,
that would be easterly.
Westerly, more toward Tampa, as opposed if it comes in higher up on the state,
right?
Venice, as opposed to Fort Myers or Charlotte,
right? Is
it going to track closer to Plant City, Lakeland, instead of Lakeland, Orlando?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay, so that's a tough. So I would say Plant City is close enough to Lakeland where they are still going to be susceptible to those very high rain totals. But as far as what it does inland, there's still it can shift track. It's not a dead set on a northeast track or a northeast track. It can still jog and wobble inland.
I'm looking at the latest cone from the National Hurricane Center, and Shay, where I live on the South Tampa Peninsula, and the South Tampa Peninsula of Hillsborough County, we are just outside of the cone at this point, whereas the bulk of Hillsborough County across, like if you go to Apollo Beach and you head up to Hillsborough County outside of, let's say, Ybor, and as you head toward Brandon and Sefner and Dover and out toward Plant City, a large portion of Hillsborough County is still in the cone, but my South Tampa area is just outside of that cone now.
Right. So what to keep in mind is that the cone is for the path of the center of the storm. So there's no longer a concern that the center of the storm is going to go straight through the mouth of Tampa Bay. Or at least that's what the National Hurricane Center is showing with that cone. But the impacts of the storm can be felt well outside the cone because you have to look at how large this system is. So again, the cone is the path of the center, not impacts from the storm.
Right.
All right, let's talk about, if you don't mind for a moment here, the projected rainfall. Dennis said that he thought that some of the projections of 10 to 15 inches might be high in some areas, but other areas might certainly see that. Do we have a better feeling? And this is important, folks, because we know that in the Tampa Bay area, when we have a torrential downpour and just a standard afternoon heavy rain dumping thunderstorm, that we can get some road flooding. There are places in South, there are places in South Tampa where if you drive your car through at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock for a summer afternoon thunderstorm, you're going to wreck your car engine, and that's certainly a lot different than hours and hours of potentially 7, 8, 10, 12, 15 inches of rain. So do we have a better idea of the rainfall?
So what Dennis is saying is absolutely spot on in the sense that during other periods of watching the forecast of this storm, we were looking at wider areas and we were looking at more highly populated, densely populated areas getting that kind of rain, and even estimates beyond that. At one point, you remember, we were talking about the potential for 2 feet of rain in Pinellas County. And what we have said all along is when this path changes, even small increments, it is going to change the amount of rain in any given area, and there are so many factors leading into the speed of the storm, which indicates the amount of rainfall totals. So all of that is changing as we speak. And right now, we still have a good chance that we're going to get a swath of maybe 10, 15 miles or something along those lines on that north side of the storm where it's making landfall. Look to the north, and that's where the very heavy rainfall bands are going to continuously move. And that's where, when we look at that line, it looks like it's going to be right around Sarasota, Polk County, Manatee County, that line going inland.
We'll have the most rain. Now, Shay, do you have the radar in front of you? Can you look at the current radar?
I can look. No, I have a satellite image in front of me. I don't have the radar.
Right. So I'm looking at the actual radar, and it looks like we're not far away from the circulation of a very thick and heavy band of rain coming up from the south. It looks like we're about to have a band whip around, I would guess, sometime in the next hour, where a large portion of the immediate Tampa Bay area, Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, we're about to get a pretty heavy band, I would guess, in the next hour. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, and we have had some minor, or I shouldn't say it, we've had some isolated heavy bands or thinner bands rolling through, and we are going to continue to see them, those thicker, more intense. And just keep in mind, when you start noticing that it's going to continue off and on all throughout the day and into the night.
All right. Shay Ryan, ABC Action News meteorologist. Give our regards to your entire staff over there, and we'll be back with you shortly.
All right. Have a good one and be safe.
Thank you, Shay. All right. Shay, Dennis, Greg, the whole team over at ABC Action News, we're very appreciative. All right. Let me grab a quick break here, and then we're back with just a ton more information. We'll grab phone calls coming up. So, Andrew, if you don't mind screening some calls, where are you? If you're on the roads, we'd like to hear from you. Why are you on the roads? Where are you headed? You know, there are people that are headed to important emergency-type jobs, for instance. You know, if you are law enforcement, if you're anywhere in the Tampa Bay area in law enforcement, we'd love to hear from you. And what are you seeing out there? The roads obviously are very sparse, but if you are driving, what are you seeing out there? Where are you in our listening area? Wherever you are picking up our station, Q105, 104.7 FM, wherever you are, go ahead and give us a report. What's going on where you are? And any questions, any comments, any observations, any things that you've seen or noticed, we'd love to grab your calls. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. That's 800-990-1047. And again, no question is too stupid. We want to give you the warnings again for low-lying areas. We'll give you generator safety tips. There's just a lot of things that we know we're going to see in the aftermath here, and we just don't want people to be injured or potentially killed with stupid mistakes. All right, and your phone calls coming up, 800-990-1047, MJ Morning Show on Q105, back in a minute. Got the MJ Morning Show on Q105. It is 10:20. MJ with Roxanne and Fester and Froggy will check back in with ABC Action News before we shut things down for our portion a little later on. I want to grab phone calls now, and I've asked for folks all over the Tampa Bay area to phone in and give us reports if you're on the road. Why are you on the road? What are you seeing out there? Any law enforcement. If you're in law enforcement and you'd like to call in, if you want to remain anonymous, that is fine. Just like to know a basic geographical location. If you have any observations, so anyone in law enforcement, any Leo that want to call in, 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047, or any listener with a report. What are you seeing weather-wise? Where are you? What is the furthest south we can get a listener to call in? So if you're down in Sarasota County, if you're listening to us in Sarasota County right now, what are you experiencing? All right, let's go to Susan in West Tampa. Susan, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Susan, where are you?
I am currently leaving I-275 to get on I-4. I'm leaving, I live on the river in West Tampa, and I'm going to Brandon to check on my son who's home alone.
All right, now are you leaving your home because of you're afraid of the river rising and encroaching in your home? Are you going back to your house, or are you just going to check on a relative?
I'm going to check on a relative. I'll be going back to my home.
Okay, so you feel confident enough that the river should be okay when it comes to your house?
I do. We have a pretty high seawall, and our condominium is on the second and third floor. So the only thing we're worried about is water intrusion from the constant rain and wind.
Okay. Tell us about I-275 right now. Where exactly are you on 275?
Well, I have just gotten on to I-4. I'm headed to the Suncoast. But whenever I was on I-275, I looked in my front and I looked in my rear, and I can only see me and 4 other vehicles.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. So so you're not seeing many cars at all right now?
No, on I-4 right now I can see 3 vehicles in front of me and probably 10 behind me, way back. But you know what I did see is on the frontage road going on to I-275, which was concerning, was a huge chunk of decorative concrete had fallen off the side of I-275 where they put those beautiful decorations.
Whoa, you're talking about like the forms in the concrete, like you'll get, I know, is that what you're talking about?
The ones that are picturesque of our history that show like the Cuban bread.
Yeah, what location?
Yeah,
where location?
Yeah, what?
That was the frontage road going from Howard to I-275 on ramp to go north.
Wow, so a large chunk of that concrete decoration fell off of 275 down onto the frontage road right near Howard as you're getting onto 275 north.
Right. I was afraid that I could even get it to go between my wheels or even around it. So
how large is this piece of concrete? How large?
Let's see. I would have to say 5 feet by 5 feet.
Because they're big tiles, mosaics almost of concrete.
All right, so I know that we have TPD officers listening. I know that I know several TPD officers that I personally know. So if you guys can get someone to check this out. So again, if you were to call 911, give the exact location of where this piece of decorative concrete fell off of the interstate.
Okay, I can do that.
No, but just go ahead and give the exact location as if we were 911.
It's on the front. It's on the frontage road between Armenia and Howard, towards the northbound on ramp to I-275,
and it's in the street
to the red light of Howard.
Okay, trust me, enough people just heard that they'll get some units out there. And this is just a few minutes ago that you saw this, right?
Yes. While I was on hold, so like in less than 10 minutes.
Wow. All right, Susan, thank you. See, this is what's great about getting phone calls, because that is certainly a hazard, and we don't even have extremely strong winds and rain at this point. It's going to get markedly worse. So
So that's an example of, the potential of constant wind and rain.
Yeah.
I'm a native to Florida, so I've seen a lot.
All right, just don't put one of those flow-grown things on the back window of your car.
Oh, no, those are so cool.
All right. Hey, Susan,
Those are so cool.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, Rux.
I just got a call from my daughter's school district, and they are closed through Friday.
Oh, I thought you said that school's open right now.
Yeah, school's open.
It's open.
Right
Bring
now.
Bring it back.
Yeah, bring your little 5-year-old monster over
I
right
got
now.
the automated message reporting an absence.
Oh, did you?
No.
All right, let's grab Ralphie in Apollo Beach. If you're on hold, hang on. Everyone stand by. If you're on hold, stand by. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. A line just opened up. If you want to get in, give us road reports. Where are you? I'm still looking for somebody as far south as possible. If anyone is listening down in Manatee and Sarasota counties, would love to hear from you. Try to get in. 800-990-1047.
If anybody is streaming us online in Hendry County, we also want to talk to you potentially.
Let's grab Ralphie in Apollo Beach. Ralphie, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love you guys every morning. In Apollo Beach, I'm from the Midwest, 24 years, police fire rescue, and I thought this was low tide, but the canal is like drying up really quick.
All right, so the canals that are leading to Tampa Bay, those areas are going to have water drawn out first. And again, we're hearing that the phenomenon of the water being sucked out of Tampa Bay has begun. And we don't know if it's going to be as dramatic as it was during Irma back in 2017, but we are starting to see that activity. I'm looking at a live cam right now of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. And, of course, the Sunshine Skyway is closed, and the camera is getting battered around in the wind, so the camera's moving all over the place. And you can see a pretty heavy surf at the Sunshine Skyway. And, of course, it's somewhat eerie with all of the lanes closed. But, Ralphie, that's what we're talking about. You're in Apollo Beach, and you're seeing the water getting sucked out of canals into...
I'm about 3 blocks from the bay, and I'm on the canal, and I thought it was low tide, but in the last 10 minutes, it's gone down about 12 inches.
Well, you're saying in the last what?
10 minutes, it's gone to about 12 inches.
Wow. Yeah,
that downward force.
You can see the water going out.
Yeah, that's pretty dramatic. Tide. This is quite. What was that, Frog?
I said that's a fast-moving tide.
It is, and Froggy's the fisherman over here. So, I mean, this is quite the opposite of what we were expecting. And again, Ralphie, we were really scared to death in the fact that this storm just a day and a half ago was coming right toward us. This storm was headed right toward the Tampa Bay area, and this could have presented a worst-case scenario of storm surge of 8, 10, 12 feet. And now we're dealing with the opposite because of the storm being on the other side of our area. We're still going to have plenty of effects. We're going to have hurricane-force winds. We're going to have incredible amounts of rain. It's going to vary across the Tampa Bay area. But one thing that we're not going to have to deal with is the devastating 100-year storm and flood stages that we would have seen with surge. We still are potentially going to have some serious flood issues when it comes to the rainfall. So again, if you're in an area that gets flooded or if streets get impassable with an afternoon summertime thunder shower, imagine what it's going to be like if we do get 6, 7, 10, 12 inches, 15 inches of rain potentially. Thanks for the call, Ralphie.
So I got a message from a texter about the Waffle House Index.
Yeah.
They are not doing to-go orders at Waffle Houses right now, which is probably why when we called the one on Kennedy, that's why they didn't pick up. But this person who texted me said they just left the Waffle House on Sunset Point and US 19, and they had a full menu there.
Oh, really? Oh, fantastic.
So level green.
Here's Robin. Robin is in Manatee County. Robin, where in Manatee County are you?
I'm getting ready to get a 75 at exit 217.
All right, so you are on the road. All right, so what road is 217?
75 going south.
No. I-75, but what exit is exit 217?
Oh, it's the hold on one second. It's the Manatee Tech College exit.
All right, well, what's going on? What is it like on the roads in Manatee County right now? Because it looks like there are significant bands of wind and rain
Yes.
in your area. Describe what you're seeing right now.
Well, a lot of, like you said, the wind bands are really kicking in, and the truck, you could feel my truck, really fighting it. So it's the Bradenton Arcadia exit, just to let you know.
All right, and why are you on the road, Robin? Why are you driving right now?
Well, unfortunately, I was at my family's house last night, and I forgot my medication, and I have to have insulin.
Yeah, that would be important. So you're going back to get your insulin, and are you staying at your house, or are you going to go back?
I'm going to go back to my home in Riverview.
All right, thank you, Robin. Stay safe, please. Drive carefully. All right, let's go further south. And that opens up a line. If you want to get in, folks, 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047 for the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. So that was Manatee County. Let's grab Leon, who is in Sarasota County. Leon, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. What is going on in Sarasota County?
Hey, glad to share the news with you. I'm down here below the Siesta Drive Bridge on a boat, a catamaran. I've got 5 anchors out, and so far they've been holding. Right now, the wind is blowing steady 30 and up to 50 and 60 mile an hour gusts, I would guess, because the rain is being blown like snow, and occasionally I can't even see the shoreline a couple hundred feet away because the rain is coming so thick down here. And the water, like the other caller said, the tide is going out, and I'm seeing land exposed that I never saw before. And hopefully the tide will turn soon and come back in because my boat's almost hitting the ground. It's so low.
All right, let me ask you a question. You're in Sarasota, so I'm looking at the map right now. So if I'm looking at Siesta Key right now, where are you exactly? Give me a...
The upper drawbridge that's called Siesta Drive going to Siesta Key from Sarasota.
Okay.
And I'm just southwest of there in a little enclave near some mangroves.
Is that called, is that Bay Island?
Yes, yeah. Edwards Island, Bay Island, right in that.
Yeah, okay. I just zoomed in on my map on my Google Maps on my phone. So I see Edwards Islands, I see San Remo, and I see the bridge. So I guess the question I have is, why are you on a boat in the middle of this?
Because I live on a boat. I've been on for 10 years, and I went through Hurricane Irma down at Fort Myers Beach on a different boat. I had 5 anchors out there also, and the Coast Guard left, and I was right in front of the Coast Guard facility, and I stayed, and I did lose my dinghy in that one. It flew away. But I've got my dinghy strapped down on the boat this time, so I don't think I'm going to lose any. And if my anchors hold, I'll ride through okay. And I just stay on my boat because the captain goes down with the boat,
Well, I don't want to I don't want to test that theory, Leon.
This isn't the Titanic, Leon.
Yeah.
Just watch your dinghy.
All right.
What's my dinghy?
Yeah.
Leon, is there any? Do you have a car that's parked offshore?
No. I use a bicycle, a folding bicycle. I've lived like this for many years. I have no place on land. I don't own property anywhere.
Yeah, but you could evacuate to a shelter.
No, I'm not going to leave my boat out here to the elements. I've got to take care of it in case something hits it, like a log or another boat. I've got to untangle it, or I've got to adjust my anchor lines. I've got to keep all the tie downs tight. There's a lot of things I've got to do. I was just out in the rain before I called you here with my rain suit on, and I had to crawl across the boat because the wind was pretty gusty at times.
I just listen.
This is great,
Leon. I'm just not comfortable with you.
No
He
way.
sounds very experienced.
I mean, yeah, I actually trust you, Leon. You know what? Forget
He's been
the
through
storm.
this before.
We're fine. I'll tell you what. Call us on Monday. All right?
You know, Leon, actually, hang on. I am going to put you on hold. I want Andrew to get your cell number. We're going to call you because we plan to be here tomorrow morning. All right? We plan to be here tomorrow morning and Friday morning. I'm going to try to call you tomorrow. So we'll keep your number confidential. But, Leon, if you don't mind, I'm going to put you on hold. I wish you were not on your boat, on your catamaran, in the water in Sarasota right now, right near Siesta Key. I wish that was not the case. But you're going to do what you're going to do. All right, so hold on. We're going to
Look at it this way.
Yeah.
The water is so shallow here. If the boat sank, it would be in 3 foot of water, and I can walk the shore. So I'm not going to drown, but I really don't want to lose the boat.
Yeah, but there are potential where you are. There are potentially 100 mile per hour winds that will gust where you are. Is the projection?
Yeah, I know. It's not real nice, but I'll be glad to let you know. Hopefully the cell towers stay up, and I can be in touch with you in a day or two and let you know how it turns out.
All right, well, Leon, listen, I'm going to put you on hold. Hang on. Give your cell number to Andrew, my producer, off the air, okay?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Because we're going to check on you, Leon, and be safe, buddy. All right, Andrew, pick up Leon on 2. That's crazy.
Well, there's a lot of people who do that.
I know, but
he's completely insane, but
I wouldn't want to do that. All right, let me look at the list here and just see where everyone is geographically. Let's grab Anna is on I-275, or she was when she called a while ago. Anna, welcome to the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Good morning. You've been doing this a long time yourself. I think I've been listening to you almost my whole life.
How old are you, Anna?
I don't want to say that.
All right, no problem. All right, so Anna,
we're the ones who are going to
I
feel
had
bad.
to go out because we have 2 widowers. Oh, geez, what's this? Oh. I don't know what I'm driving over right now.
well, hold on. Well, tell what's going on.
Oh, okay. Bad accident. Exit 39 is going toward, I'm on 275 going off by West Shore Mall, going to get onto 60 to go across the bridge.
Yep.
I might rethink that and go over to Hillsborough and go around because I'm going from Zephyr Hills to Dunedin. I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning because we have 2 widowers that are alone, and one, he is in the middle of buying a condo, but he is in his RV in Zephyr Hills.
Oh no! So you have someone you have a widower that you know. Are you a home health care worker?
No, they're just people that go to our church.
Oh,
but
okay.
They needed help, like getting, food. They're not from here. Never been through a hurricane. They don't know what to buy.
Right. So Anna, what was just a moment ago? What was the I don't what?
There's a bad accident on 275 going off to go towards 60 toward the Courtney Campbell, that exit 39. So if you're going south on 275,
there are no cars on the road. How is there an accident?
There are in Tampa.
Well, MJ, look how windy it is. Look out the window. It's windy. It's rainy.
I
it's
get it.
slick
really
out there.
bad in Tampa.
I-
So from Zephyr Hills, it was a light sprinkle, and I thought, okay, let me get on the road. They said it's going to be around 2 o'clock. I'm way ahead of it. I'm going to make it okay. And it was a light sprinkle, but it's already flooding out there because they've had just so much regular afternoon rain, like every day it seems. So they're already getting big puddles.
Right now, how bad was the accident? How many vehicles and what did you see? So I-275 southbound, and this is where you peel off toward the airport, right? Toward State Road 60. Okay. All right. So how many vehicles?
2 cars, and the front end is completely ripped off, and I don't know what all the pieces are on the road. It's parts of car all over the road.
Can you imagine that here, this is your evacuation method? You're on the road, you're in your car, you're going wherever, and now what? You're stuck on I-275 in an accident. What the hell happened? I wonder if they hit water, hydroplaned. If you are on the road, then don't drive fast. Now, our crew, when we leave here, we're all headed over the Howard Franklin Bridge to go back over to Hillsborough County.
We'll be the only 4 cars on it.
Yeah, I'm not going to be driving fast.
No, I'm driving slow because the rain has picked up in the Tampa side. Now that I'm over here, the rain you can barely see the downtown, and it is a good slick covering of water on the highway, so I'm from here too, so I'm just driving slow, but the wind is already pushing the car. Definitely pushing the car.
All right, thanks.
So I'm having to go like a crawl.
Thanks for the call.
So I wouldn't recommend. One thing I did notice, I will share. I didn't know we had this. This is the first time seeing this. Our lights that we have for the road lights, there are some that they have a way to lower the lights down to the bottom of the pole.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yep. They don't sway around. But then that means if you're going to drive at night, there won't be any lights up. So I don't recommend it at all. I think I would just stay off the road.
Yeah, good recommendation, Anna.
Anna, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I just got a text and pictures from TPD. Listen, that's action. we get a caller saying that they think a piece of concrete, decorative concrete, fell off of I-275 onto the feeder road below. And we just talked about this a few minutes ago, and I said, hey, any TPD officers that are listening right now, please go check this out. And wouldn't you know, TPD has checked it out. I've just gotten text messages from TPD. That's how many TPD officers I know. I literally just got a bunch of pictures from TPD, and it's styrofoam. So it is what it is that the decorative artwork is mounted onto styrofoam, and that's what fell off the interstate.
Oh man.
Yeah, so why would they build something like that out of styrofoam? You know,
I mean, probably for weight, probably for cost.
Yeah,
It
probably.
could be replaced. I mean, I understand, but
but it wasn't concrete. It was styrofoam. Then, but on the outside of the styrofoam, they have an adhesive that's holding on that artwork that is then stuck onto the side of the overpass and the roadway.
yeah, I've seen that like for like molding on the outside of your house. That's styrofoam that's like sprayed over with something that's not concrete.
All right, so I mean that's amazing. We talked about response from Tampa police. I'm already looking at pictures from the scene from a TPD officer that went to check out what we just talked about on the air after hearing it from a motorist. All right, let's stick with what time do we have here? 10:41 here on the MJ Morning Show as our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues. And Andrew, we're trying to get Ruskin on. We're trying to get the National Weather Service in Ruskin on, and the National Hurricane Center. They are swamped. So I'll also put in a message here to ABC Action News to try to get another call in from one of the meteorologists, whether it's Dennis Phillips, whether it's
Greg D,
or whether it's Shay
Ryan.
Ryan, exactly. But we plan to go to 11 o'clock here. And then we're going to turn it over to ABC Action News. Let me just test this out, make sure that our audio is good.
Updating pretty much any minute, right?
Yeah, we're just waiting. And at this point, it still hasn't updated, but you can see a real close look at it. I'm going to put my computer back into play here, and you can get another look at it. So the wider look right now, again, if you have any interest in Georgia, they are also going to be potentially impacted from this system, as well as South Carolina.
All right, so this is audio that we're getting via a direct feed from ABC Action News over on Himes near Ray J in Tampa. So when we shut down our MJ Morning Show coverage, we're going to go to live audio coverage from ABC Action News. So you're going to have the latest information on radio, and that's important. Let me tell you why it's important that we're going to have this feed right here.
To make landfall, but the cone gets wider as it continues.
The reason why this is good that we're going to have this ABC audio is because when people lose power, people will still have a battery-powered radio or remember your cell phone. We are available on all of the streaming apps. You can go to mjmorningshow.com and push Listen Live. You can go to MyQ105. Our website, myq105.com, and you can push Listen Live. Or we're on the iHeart app. We're on the Odyssey app. We're on the TuneIn app. And all you have to do on any of these apps, which you can get at your App Store, the Google Play Store, you just download the audio app. And then once you're downloaded, just do a search for Q105 Tampa. And that will bring up our signal. And we're going to have continuing wall-to-wall coverage. We're going to have the audio portion of ABC Action News after we sign off the morning show this morning. So that audio is going to be up, and you'll be able to access it via cell phone with any of the apps, any battery-powered radio or car or truck radio, whatever you have. So if you lose power and you don't have TV, this is going to be a great lifeline to be able to listen to the audio portion of ABC Action News. All right, back to the phones. Rob is in Palm Harbor. Rob, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi. Hello, Rob. Are you there in Palm Harbor?
Yes, I am.
Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have an unusual situation.
Is it more unusual that a guy on a boat on the water in Sarasota?
I mean, he has 5 anchors.
He
MJ.
does. Yeah, fine. That'll do it. If he had 4, that would be a problem. But the 5th anchor, that does it. All right, go ahead, Rob. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, I live in Palm Harbor, a little south of Massimo's, one of the best Italian restaurants in Palm Harbor.
Yeah, shout out to Massimo's. Highly recommend it.
Yeah, man, that's a good place. So I have some financial tough situations, and I sleep at night in my storage unit.
Okay.
So it's only rated for 150 mile per hour winds.
All right, wait a sec. You're living in a storage garage like a AAA storage or U-Haul or something like that?
No. Roll top door.
Okay, yeah, a roll top door storage unit.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're living in a storage facility.
Correct. That's why I first called before, but you guys were being so weather conscious, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
You know, that I had to hang up and call back again, hang up.
All right, so your predicament is what? Well, first of all, I'm sorry to hear that you have to live in a storage garage, but what is your predicament?
I work as a handyman, so I have a lot of customers, and they're wealthy, but North Pinellas rents are not cheap.
Yeah, and listen, I get it.
Yeah. And
are you asking whether you're safe in your storage garage?
No, I'm not going to stay there because these winds could be too much. But I don't know. Yeah.
Why don't you get to a shelter, Rob?
Yeah, how about a shelter?
Pinellas County has dozens of shelters open.
Maybe one of your wealthy clients can give you a closet or something.
Or a shed.
No. I ride a bicycle everywhere.
Okay.
So that's not feasible.
All right, so
is Roxanne listening or no?
Yeah, I'm right here, Rob. I'm listening to you. Yeah, I'm talking to the texters.
Do you want to know what she's wearing?
My heart goes out to you.
No, but she'll know the area where I'm going to.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I'm going to a $2 million house that's 2 stories high. One of my clients in Eagles. The Eagles.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a neighborhood north of Westchester.
Rob, do me a favor. Just on your bike or wherever you're going, just please stay safe.
You're going to pick me up.
Okay.
They're going to pick me up in like an Audi Q8. It's like some $100,000.
Rob, thank you for calling and sharing the prices of everybody's stuff in your life.
Hey, Rob, best of luck and check back with us. Okay,
Thank you, Rob.
that was a little strange call.
I paid
Rob,
$16 for my shirt in case anybody asks, Rob.
Rob, I appreciate it. All right, Eric is on I-75. Eric, where on I-75 are you?
I'm passing the rest area near Zephyr Hills.
Okay, know exactly where you are. All right, turn your radio all the way down, and turn your radio all the way down. I hear it in the background. It's going to trip you up a little bit. All right, so Eric, what do you want to report to us here on the MJ Morning Show?
I just boarded up 2 bars in Ybor, and Ybor on 7th Avenue is blacked out. No power. They're out of power.
So Ybor on 7th Avenue is out of power right now?
Yes, and the Frontier behind the bar, they're on generator backup right now running.
Wow. Any idea? Have you seen anything that would give you a reason why the power would be out?
Just wind and debris, tree limbs and stuff falling.
All right. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for the report. And where are you on I-75? You said the rest stop up near Zephyr Hills?
Yeah, I'm getting off on 279.
Okay. What is the traffic like on I-75 right now up there? What do you see?
There's going north. There's more than going south.
Yeah, I would hope so. All right, Eric, stay safe.
You too, sir.
All right, let's grab Charles in Newport Richey. Folks, if you want to get in, we should have time for a few more phone calls. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047 is how you get in. 800-990-1047. Charles up in Newport Richey. You're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing well. Go ahead.
Hey, we're just, I tried to get one of my drivers to pause about 2 states ago, but he continued to drive. So we're actually in Newport Richey unloading one of 12 semis full of dinosaurs right now.
Dinosaurs?
dinosaurs. We have a dinosaur show coming. An animatronic dinosaur, 12 semis, like 100 different species.
Wow! And where was this dinosaur show located? Where are you supposed to go?
Well, we're at Schwetman Education Center, but we're going to be, I guess, unloading dinosaurs in the rain and wind.
All right, so wait a minute, but where is the location where you're supposed to unload the tractor trailers filled with animatronic dinosaurs? Where is this?
We're at Grand and Gulf.
No, but what city is the exhibition?
Newport Richey.
In Port. I got you. I just don't know all the streets up there. All right, Charles, be safe, be careful. When you're up in Newport Richey, you're going to feel lesser effects than other parts of the Bay Area. But keep those dinosaurs dry. I heard they don't like the rain.
Yeah, send me a text after the show. I want to go to this dinosaur show next week.
Yeah, really. All right,
that sounds
thanks.
pretty cool.
All right, National Weather Service Ruskin is on hold, standing by. Ernie Gilson, we spoke to him early this morning. Ernie from the National Weather Service Ruskin office. Ernie, welcome back to the MJ Morning Show on Q105.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
All right, Ernie, let's talk about the latest. Let's talk about the forecast track, where we expect landfall to be. Just bring us up to speed right now. Do you have the 11 a.m. advisory? Has that been posted yet, or are we still refreshing, waiting for that to come out?
Well, yeah, we're still hitting refresh over here waiting.
Yeah, we know what that's. Just refresh. Ernie, let me ask you a question. I've been doing this a long, long time. I've been in the market since 1994. And typically, the Hurricane Center would get us the discussion and the forecast cone. We would get that sometimes as early as 15 minutes prior to the update, but certainly it was in 10 to 5 minutes before the update to let the media organizations get the maps and the graphics ready. I've just been noticing they've been running a lot later than usual, where the discussion might not hit until 2 minutes before the hour, and then the cone and the graphics might not come until 4 or 5 minutes past the hour. Do you have any idea why they're running later than usual?
Yeah, I think I have some idea anyway. They're having to do an awful lot of coordination with multiple offices because this storm is impacting it's forecast to go up off the East Coast and still continue as a tropical system. So they're having to coordinate with, the Miami Weather Service, the Tampa Weather Service, Jacksonville, Melbourne, and then on up the coast all the way into the Carolinas on this. So it takes a while to get all that coordination done, and I think that's probably a good part of why they're running a little bit later sometimes.
Gotcha. All right, so Ernie, let's talk about where Hurricane Ian is right now. Let's talk about the specifics that we had prior to, we're awaiting the 11 o'clock update. Folks, remember the major updates from the National Hurricane Center in Miami are 5 a.m., 11 a.m., 5 p.m., and 11 p.m. The intermediate advisories are 8 a.m., 2 p.m., and 8 p.m. And then, of course, like we saw this morning, there were even intermediates they updated the speed of this hurricane from 140 miles an hour up to 155 miles an hour, and that brought about even special updates outside of the updates that they give. So what do we have? Where is the best guess for landfall right now, Ernie?
Yep, so landfall is still looking to be in the same spot as earlier, which is up there in maybe near Charlotte County, kind of that area, Charlotte Harbor. We don't, specifically like to say here's the line where it's going, but it's going to be in that general vicinity and should get there sometime this afternoon and make landfall. And we do anticipate it's still to be a Category 4 as it reaches the coast.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real whopper of a storm. Ernie, let's talk about, you're in the Ruskin office of the National Weather Service. Ernie, let's talk about the effects here in the Tampa Bay area. Let's talk about what you expect to see in Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, Polk County, down toward Manatee County. What effects, up towards Pasco? What are we expecting over the next 24 hours? And let's talk about the time frame where you think things are going to be the worst in our listening area.
Okay, so right now we've got a pretty steady rain now falling from Manatee County southward, whereas it's been more kind of banded in nature to the north in Hillsborough and Polk, and that is moving north. So expect the steady rains with some of the stronger wind gusts to start moving northward into Hillsborough County here very shortly. The worst of it, as this makes landfall, is going to be this evening and during the overnight hours, because that's when the center will be the closest to Hillsborough County, if you were looking for like Tampa directly.
Right. Give me that time again. What was it?
So it'd be the overnight hours.
Okay.
So you're looking at something around midnight, 2 a.m. The previous forecast had it basically due east of Tampa Bay over Polk County.
Hey, Ernie, my plan is to be here with my team tomorrow morning. The plan is to be here at Q105. We start at 6 a.m. We go to 10 a.m. every morning. What are your thoughts? Am I going to be able to get in the car in South Tampa at 5:30 tomorrow morning and drive across the Howard Franklin to get to the studios here in St. Pete?
There's still going to be some gusty winds during that time. Keep in mind this storm will weaken as it's moving over land, and the winds will have changed direction by then. So you'll be looking at a wind that's coming in more from the north or northwest by then. But there still could be rain bands on the backside of this. As you know, we're looking at radar. We can see that there's quite a bit of rain on the backside as well as on the northeasterly side. So there will be impacts, but you're not going to have hurricane force winds at that time over there on the.
But as far as I got you loud and clear, but as far as when the immediate Tampa Bay area feels the bands, the circulation of being on the left side of the storm as it comes ashore, whether it's Venice or south, as it cuts across the state, heads toward Polk County, heads toward Volusia County to exit out into the Atlantic. The worst weather for the Tampa Bay area, so Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk County, Pasco, Hernando, Manatee. What is the window for the worst weather that you think?
Okay, so that would be shortly after base landfall. So let's go with, like I mentioned this evening. So we'll go with, 7 o'clock this evening, continuing through midnight into the 2 a.m. time range. And that's when it'll start to pull away. So after 2 a.m., we expect, number one, the storm will be weakening, and number two, it's going to be pulling away from the area, so that's when the improvement will begin.
All right, Ernie Gilson, National Weather Service, Ruskin office right here in Hillsborough County in the Tampa Bay area. Ernie, thanks again, and you guys stay safe. We appreciate your work.
You're welcome.
Thank you, buddy. All right, so listen, that's pretty much a good headline, is that for the immediate Tampa Bay area, the worst of the weather, it's pretty nasty out there, and we're getting the bans. And if you look, you know what? Let's go over all of this in a minute. Let's take a quick break, and then we're going to shut things down in just a few minutes. Let's take our last break. We'll have some final words in a moment. Then we're going to go to full wall-to-wall coverage from ABC Action News and bring you their coverage wall to wall all day long and into this evening. So remember, if you lose power, we will have the audio portion of ABC Action News, Dennis Phillips and the team. We'll have that audio playing here on 104.7 FM, Q105. All right, let me take a quick break, and we're going to wrap things up from the MJ Morning Show position next. But I want to just give you, again, what we're looking at as far as the timeline, the time frame, and what you can expect. So some final words here on the MJ Morning Show next on Q105. At 11:05 at the MJ Morning Show on Q105 and our Hurricane Ian coverage. A couple of things before we get out of here. The 11 o'clock advisory did come out. And Fester, if you bring up the cone, bring up the Ian. Let's look at the wind speed. Go ahead and scroll it up just a little bit. So the maximum sustained winds are still at 155 miles an hour. The 11 a.m. advisory just came out a short time ago from the National Hurricane Center in Miami. The movement has slowed down a little bit. We were moving north-northeast at 10. Now we're moving north-northeast at 9. So it's slowing down a little bit. Again, this area of initial impact coming ashore is expected to be somewhere in Venice down to Charlotte County, somewhere in that vicinity. So near the southern Sarasota border and Charlotte County, somewhere in there is where this thing is supposed to actually make contact with land, and that's going to happen, fairly
pretty
shortly
soon.
here. Yeah. This is going to be in the next, hour or two is when it's going to start moving ashore.
Okay, so it's already ashore. You're just talking about the eye of the storm.
I'm talking about the eye of the storm. That's sort of the mark, and that's sort of the the indicator. That's what we use. But this is a large storm and clearly has effects that are far and wide. And then one other thing of note here is that originally the forecast had this as a Category 3 moving inland. And even a good chunk inland, this was supposed to be a Category 3. Now the forecast is for it to weaken quicker and that it will be a Category 1 as it makes its way in toward, we could even say, Arcadia, Wauchula, along that US 17 corridor as it heads toward Polk County and then heads toward the northeast part of the state. But again, this is a pretty big event. If I look at the discussion from the National Weather Service, and this just rolled out, and I'm just looking at the 11 a.m. advisory.
Yeah.
Air Force Reserve and NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft were absolutely critical this morning in diagnosing the rapid intensification of Ian, despite both planes undergoing multiple eye wall penetrations, experiencing severe turbulence. That data supported an intensity of about 135 knots a few hours ago. Since that time, high-resolution Tampa Doppler radar data has been sampling the eye wall near 10,000 feet with winds up to 155 knots. So, I mean, this is again a very formidable storm.
Yes, it is.
Ian is expected to make landfall in southwestern Florida in the next few hours as a catastrophic hurricane. This is a Category 4. No changes were made to the track forecast near Florida except to be faster to come into line with the latest consensus aids. One important change is that Ian is likely to remain more intact as it crosses the Florida peninsula due to both its stronger initial wind speed and its faster forecast forward speed. And this now increases the threat of hurricane-force winds on the east coast of Florida. This necessitates the issuance of a hurricane warning on the east coast of central Florida.
Of course, because the hurricane is headed to that side.
Exactly. Now, while significant re-strengthening of Ian might not occur over the Atlantic Ocean, model guidance has been catching up with a trough interacting from a shortwave over the southern United States. Anyway, this is more of the technical stuff. But they are expecting this thing to be a little faster, stay intact, but it looks like the intensity is going to slow down or decrease a little faster than what they initially predicted. Any way you slice it, folks, we're talking about a ton of rain. We're talking about a lot of wind. So in a lot of the Tampa Bay area, this is a nighttime event. We're hearing again from our weather partners, the National Hurricane Center, National Weather Service in Ruskin, ABC Action News, that we're going to have rain and wind bands all day long. But the worst for the immediate Tampa Bay area is probably going to be 7 p.m., so late afternoon into early evening to midnight to maybe 2 a.m. is what we're looking at. So again, folks, stay safe. Make sure that you have the availability to check into the radio in case you lose power. You're not going to have your TV. If you have a battery-powered radio or a cell phone, you can always listen to Q105. Again, we're available on all the major apps. The iHeart app, the Odyssey app, and the TuneIn app. So if you have those apps, just search for Q105 Tampa, and you can listen to us live on your cell phone or, of course, conventionally on 104.7 FM. That's where you can hear us. All right, so for Froggy and Fester, Roxanne, guys, thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, yeah.
The plan is for us to be here live tomorrow morning, but we're going to play that by ear.
And thanks to all the texters, everybody who called in today, giving us all the great information.
We appreciate it. Everyone, stay safe, and we're going to turn it over now. We're going to go to live, wall-to-wall audio coverage of ABC Action News here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Everybody, stay safe. Let's be careful out there, and we hope to see you live here tomorrow morning.
As though that those winds will start to